In fact, that question was posed to DK Shivakumar as well, the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister. What violation is the Karnataka government looking at?
Well, the state government is definitely looking at the violation of the excise policy here. And before they do that, this has already set off the political storm here in the corridors of Karnataka. But in the meantime, let me actually give you a picture of what exactly transpired. This was a Thanksgiving event that was organized after the win of Chikbalapur MP, Mr. Sudhakar, after the Lok Sabha election that I'm talking about. And what has raised questions is that the alcohol was served in the presence of police, number one. And number two, people forming long queues, a lot of ruckus that also followed in terms of people trying to collect those alcohol bottles. And what's even more bizarre is the fact that Chikbalapur MP did write a letter to the police, and the letter also talks about the kind of police deployment that is needed, and to officially mention the fact that in the letter the alcohol was served during the party. Now all of these has definitely raised a lot of speculation in terms of why the event was organized, by whom, and what really created the chaos there. But in the meantime, here we have the Congress government trying to demand answers from the BJP, and the BJP in the meantime trying to blame the Congress government for not putting policies or systems in place. Back to you.
So much for joining us with an update on that story. And we'll quickly slip into a short break at this point, but news and updates will continue right here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Now, the UK parliamentary elections may have disappointed a lot of Indians over Rishi Sunak's exit, but a North Bihar town is celebrating the success of a son of the soil. Kanishka Narayan, an MP of the Labour Party, which has returned to power after a decade and a half, has his roots in Muzaffarpur.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल, एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स एआई to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. The crucial NEET hearing will begin shortly in the Supreme Court. We'll get you all the latest on that. But first up, the headlines at this hour. The Supreme Court set to hear pleas seeking fresh NEET UG re-examination. The CGI-led bench to hear over 30 key NEET pleas. Amid the re-NEET demand, the big question, will the Supreme Court scrap the exam result? In Karnataka, it's a BJP versus Chief Minister Siddaramaiah over the alleged land scam. The BJP accuses Chief Minister Siddaramaiah of a 4,000 crore rupees scam. The BJP says high-value plots were given to the Chief Minister's family in lieu of land. The Congress says there's no wrongdoing. The Congress rakes up the BJP MP's spirited poll win party. Free booze at the Karnataka BJP MP's poll win celebrations. Long queues for free liquor. The Congress slams the party throne for BJP MP K. Sudhakar. Heads roll after Tamil Nadu BSP chief's alleged murder. Chennai top cop among the 3 police transfers in Tamil Nadu. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi meets displaced Manipur residents. This is his 3rd visit to Manipur and his first as the leader of opposition. PM Modi leaves for the 2-day state visit to Russia, the Prime Minister's first visit to Russia since the Ukraine war began. The Indian ambassador speaks exclusively to NDTV. He says trade, atomic energy and defense are on agenda. Our lead story this afternoon, the Supreme Court is set to hear a batch of petitions over the NEET controversy. Remember, multiple petitions seek a re-examination for all 24 lakh students. Remember earlier, a re-examination for those students who were given grace marks was already held, but there are several re-NEET pleas in the Supreme Court. Remember, it's a CGI-led bench that will be beginning that hearing shortly, in just a short while from now. It was supposed to begin at 2 o'clock. Remember, the Supreme Court earlier has come down heavily. In fact, the Supreme Court has said that even if there's the slightest chance of discrepancy, that will be taken extremely seriously. But the big question, will the Supreme Court scrap the NEET result? That certainly is the focus right now. Our senior colleague Sunil Prabhu is now joining us live from the Supreme Court. So Sunil sir, a CGI-led bench will be hearing a bunch of petitions. Break it down for us as to what the Supreme Court has said earlier with this regard. Multiple demands of the petitioners have already been fulfilled with the CBI probe and the sacking of the NTA chief. But right now the focus is on whether there will be a re-NEET.
So the Chief Justice of India did some housekeeping in the first half just before he broke for lunch, and basically said that we'll hear everybody and basically look at the substantive part. One, of course, is about the whole big question mark about NEET, the exam, whether it should be redone, and the entirety about those who are challenging and seeking a retest, apart from questioning the whole examination process. Second part will be those, why only 1563, why not others? There was a petitioner saying for Meghalaya, where they had been given 40 minutes later, why is there this discrimination? So they will hear that. And then finally, hear the Solicitor General from the centre as well as the NTA before the Supreme Court decides on this matter. So the Chief Justice of India is expected, along with his bench, to resume hearing in a short while from now. And he has made it clear that they will look at all aspects, hear all parts before taking a final view on this matter. As you are rightly point, it is clearly something that has been on everybody's mind, and has been the Supreme Court has been continuously being heard on this entire issue.
Sunil, thanks very much for joining us with that update. We will, of course, revert to you as the hearing begins. Remember, the centre has filed an affidavit in the Supreme Court also saying that re-NEET is not a possibility and is not a reasonable proposition. But moving now to the other big story we are tracking very closely on NDTV, the Millennium City underwater. Key roads and highways in Mumbai have been submerged and inundated because of a heavy rain since this morning. In fact, several flights have been cancelled as well. The local rail network has been affected too. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, in fact, is addressing a press conference as we speak. Take a look.
आणि एकंदरीत सर्व परिस्थितीला आपण फेस करायला आपली यंत्रणा सर्व अलर्ट केलेली आहे. मला वाटतं याच्यामध्ये आता जे रात्रभर आणि आता जो जास्तीचा पाऊस झाला त्याच्यामुळे जी काही गैरसोय नागरिकांची नक्कीच झालेली आहे. पण पाऊस एक प्रमाणापेक्षा जास्त पडल्यामुळे आणि हे जे आता आपण जे पंपिंग स्टेशन करतोय 7 पंपिंग स्टेशन कंप्लीट झाल्यानंतर मला वाटतं ही कधीच अशी परिस्थिती उद्भवणार नाही. आणि हे आता आपल्या ह्या 2 वर्षाच्या काळामध्ये त्याचं सगळं ज्या काही प्रक्रिया आहेत ते आपण पूर्ण केलेल्या आहेत. मला वाटतं वर्क ऑर्डर दिलेले आहेत आणि त्याचंही काम आता युद्धपातळीवर सुरू होईल. आणि हा कायमस्वरूपीचा जो आहे, कारण आपली जी काही मुंबईचा आकार आहे असा सॉसर सारखा, आणि त्यामुळे
start their work, and once they start working, the problem, a similar problem, would never arise again.
दिलासा मिळेल. कोकणामध्ये देखील ऑरेंज अलर्ट आहे. तिथे NDRF गेलेली आहे आणि NDRF त्यांच्याशी मी त्याच्या प्रमुखाशी पण बोललोय आणि ते सर्व सज्ज आहे. तिथली स्थानिक यंत्रणा आहे, डिझास्टर मॅनेजमेंट आहे. हे बघा, आता हा राजकारण करण्याचा आजचा दिवस नाही आहे. राजकारण करायला खूप संधी आहे. आज आपल्याला लोकांना मदत करायची आहे. लोक अडकले त्यांना रेस्क्यू करायचं आहे. हे पाणी भरले ते काढायचं आहे. त्याच्यावर पूर्ण BMC आणि राज्य सरकार काम करते, रेल्वे काम करते. त्यामुळे आता पाणी जर 267 मिलीमीटर पाऊस पडला आणि 300 पर्यंत पडला, 300 mm पाऊस जर रात्रीपासून या एवढ्या कमी वेळामध्ये पडल्यानंतर हे एवढ्या लवकर पाण्याचा निचरा होणं ही देखील एक सिस्टीम चांगली असल्याचाच भाग आहे.
We are seeing that the water, we are taking care of the water logging situation. We are taking the water out, and that shows how efficient the system is.
नाही, IMD आणि आमचं स्टेट डिझास्टर कंट्रोल याच्यामध्ये आता ऑरेंज अलर्ट आहे. नाही, आता पूर्ण, आता तुम्ही आज पूर्णपणे आता तर ऑरेंज अलर्ट आहे. आणि तुम्हाला सांगतो मी पूर्णपणे ही सिस्टीम जी आहे आपली पूर्ण टीम अलर्ट मोडवर आहे. कुठलंही काही आणि पूर्णपणे 24 तासासाठी ही सर्व टीम अलर्ट आहे. 24 नाही, कंटिन्यू हे आपला भाग आहे. त्यामुळे त्याचा तुम्ही तयारीत आम्ही सगळे आहोत आणि तुम्ही पण तयारीत नहीं. अभी जो बारिश हुई है रात से ये ज़्यादा हुई है, 65 mm से ज़्यादा होती है तो अतिवृष्टि जैसी परिस्थिति होती है. अभी तो 267 से 300 mm बारिश गिरी है. ये बारिश जो है ये कम समय में गिरी है और जो पूरी तरह व्यवस्था जो है कैरिंग कैपेसिटी है उससे बहुत ज़्यादा, कई गुना ज़्यादा ये बारिश हुई है. और इसलिए रेलवे के ट्रैक पे भी पानी आया है. पंप रेलवे ने 200 पंप लगाया है, 480 पंप कारपोरेशन के है. वो पूरी तेज़ी से काम कर रहे हैं और पानी फेंकने का काम शुरू है. और अभी आपने देखा कि ट्रेन भी ऐसा सब शुरुआत हुई है. और रोड में भी अभी हमने यहाँ पर देखा सब 5000 स्पॉट इसमें दिखते हैं. सब रोड पे अभी ट्रैफिक शुरू हुई है और सब जगह पे जो जो वाटर लॉगिंग वाले स्पॉट है BMC के बड़े अधिकारी जो वरिष्ठ है वो वहाँ खड़े हैं, वो भी दिखाई दिया. और इसलिए पूरी सिस्टम जो है स्टेट डिज़ास्टर, रेलवे, NDRF और BMC ये पूरी तरह इसको फेस करने के लिए पूरी तरह अलर्ट है और सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं. अभी जैसे ही ये मैंने कहा कि ये मिठी रिवर और पोइसर ये रिवर जो है ये इसकी कैरिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़ाने का काम शुरू है. फ्लड गेट डालने का काम शुरू है. अभी 7 पंपिंग स्टेशन बन रहे हैं. ये पंपिंग स्टेशन जो है अभी विदाउट ट्रीटमेंट पानी जा रहा है, ये कितने सालों से है। अब जब हमारी सरकार बन गई तब पहले काम हमने वही हाथ में लिया कि सब जगह जो भी समुद्र में पानी जाएगा वो पूरी तरह ट्रीटमेंट होकर जाएगा, पोल्यूटेड वाटर जाएगा नहीं। और इसलिए उसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं। माइक्रो टनलिंग हुआ है, ये होल्डिंग पॉन्ड हुए हैं, ये पहली बार हुआ है। और इसलिए ये जो भी ये फ्लड के लिए जो सिस्टम जो उपाय करना है वो सब ये बीएमसी और रेलवे और सब लोग मिलकर कर रहे हैं। और निश्चित रूप से उसका अब जो इतनी बारिश होने के बावजूद अभी हमने देखा कि कई रोड तो पूरे पानी में थे, लेकिन वो पानी इतने तेज़ी से डिस्चार्ज हो रहा है उसका पानी का कि वहाँ रोड खुले हो रहे हैं। इसलिए ईस्टर्न और वेस्टर्न रोड भी शुरू हुए, ट्रेन भी शुरू हुई है। अभी सिर्फ हाई टाइड का एक सूचना मिली है, अलर्ट मिला है, उसमें भी थोड़ा बारिश कम हो रहे तो उसको भी हम ठीक से टैकल कर सकते हैं। हाँ बिल्कुल, कोस्टल रीजन के जितने डिस्ट्रिक्ट थे हमारे, रायगढ़, रत्नागिरी और सिंधुदुर्ग, ये इसमें और पालघर में भी वो ऑरेंज अलर्ट है और एनडीआरएफ की टीम पहुंची है। अगर ज़रूरत पड़े तो आर्मी, नेवी, एयरफोर्स उसको भी इतला किया है, उनको भी सूचना दी हुई है, वो भी हमारी मदद के लिए हमेशा तैनात है।
सर, अपोजिशन की तरफ से सवाल उठाए जा रहे हैं बारिश को लेकर। सर, नाना पटोले ने आपने कुछ वक्त पहले ही ट्वीट किया है जिस तरीके से महाराष्ट्र में हिट एंड रन के केसेस।
नहीं, अभी रुको जरा, अभी
एक सवाल आपसे जानना चाहेंगे।
अभी इसका बारिश का तो होने दो। बारिश का इतना ही मैं कहता हूँ, इसमें कोई राजनीति ना लाए। ये राजनीति करने का समय नहीं है, ये लोगों को मदद करने का समय है। अभी लोगों को जहाँ फंसे उनको रेस्क्यू करने का समय है, रोड का पानी कम करने का समय है। और इसमें सभी लोगों ने मिलकर काम करना चाहिए। राजनीति के लिए तो बहुत विषय है, ये राजनीति का विषय नहीं है। और बारिश इतनी तेज गिरी है, तो ये तेज बारिश गिरी है, ये इससे पहले जो आज हम लोग उपाय कर रहे हैं 2 साल में शुरू किए, वो तो पहले होने चाहिए थे। ये 7 STP, माइक्रो टनलिंग, होल्डिंग पॉन्ड, ये सब कभी हो गए। ये टीका करना, आरोप करना तो ठीक है, लेकिन हमने आज कंक्रीट के रोड बनाने का काम शुरू कर दिया इधर बीएमसी में। इतने साल क्यों नहीं किया? इतने साल क्यों गड्ढों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है? आज जो होल्डिंग पॉइंट के वजह से मिलन, सबवे, हिंद माता, अंधेरी का, इसमें अभी आप देखो हमेशा पानी रहता था, आज उधर पानी नहीं है होल्डिंग पॉइंट की वजह से। ट्रेन के ट्रैक के नीचे माइक्रो टनलिंग पहली बार हुआ है। तो ये भी देखो ना कि ये पहले कितने साल पहले होना चाहिए था। अरे हम लोग उसके ऊपर आरोप लगा रहे क्या? जब हमारे पास मौका आया तो हमने शुरू कर दिया। और इसके वजह से इतने जोर से बारिश गिरने के बावजूद भी इतने तेजी से डिस्चार्ज भी हो रहा है, इसको भी मानना चाहिए विपक्ष ने।
सीएम सर, आपने कहा कुछ डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ऑरेंज अलर्ट भी दिया गया है, तो कहीं जान माल का नुकसान अभी तक कुछ रिपोर्ट हुआ है?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। और हमारे कलेक्टर को हमने सूचना दी हुई है, जहाँ जहाँ नुकसान है तो तुरंत पंचनामे करो, उनको हेल्प करो, उनको मदद करो, उनको रेस्क्यू करो, उनको सुरक्षित जगह पर रखो।
All right, so the Chief Minister there addressing a crucial press conference. In fact, he's appealing to the residents of Mumbai to stay indoors. This is, whether it's the local rail network or, even flight operations have all been thrown out of gear by the Chief Minister there appealing to the people of Mumbai. My colleague Abira is now joining us live. Abira, what is the situation where you are? Because the peak office hours are behind us now, but the situation remains pretty concerning across Mumbai.
Yes, Mumbai woke up to waterlogged roads. Railway tracks were all filled with water. But right now I'm in a place in BKC where they are full of offices here and people have been coming and going out of offices. But this place was completely waterlogged in the morning. But right now it's in a better situation. But we are still worried about next few hours. We have orange alert in Mumbai. There is high tide and people are expecting more waterlogging to happen because it continues to rain. Rain hasn't stopped since morning. As we already know, they had recorded 300 mm of rainfall within 6 hours from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. and it has not stopped. It is still raining. But high tide is a big concern. Waterlogging is expected again and we will see how Mumbaikars fight that while getting back home in the evening.
That's right. In fact, as Abira is reporting, the evening office hours, the situation could get worse. The already nightmarish traffic in Mumbai has been exacerbated by this heavy rain. In fact, as Abira is reporting, there's been above normal rainfall across Mumbai. In fact, look at those dramatic visuals coming in. Office goers wading through waist deep water in parts of Mumbai. Pretty concerning there. Similar visuals, we saw similar visuals last week as well. Look at how those office buildings, underpasses have all been submerged across Mumbai. In fact, as far as the local train operations are concerned, they've been thrown out of gear as well, particularly during the morning office hours. We saw dramatic visuals coming in at 10 o'clock. In fact, 50 flights have been cancelled. That was the latest that we got at about 11 a.m. this morning. We will try and get an update on that as well. But of course, airport operations have been thrown out of gear as well. We had an airport PRO telling us earlier that there hasn't been any long-term, any extensive delays as far as flight operations are concerned. But as the Chief Minister mentioned in that press conference as well, an orange category alert has been sounded for parts of Mumbai. An orange category alert essentially is a heavy rain alert. In fact, in parts of Mumbai, there's also a very heavy rain alert, so that is pretty concerning there. Radhika Ramaswamy is joining us live now. So Radhika, the latest that we had on flight operations was that 50 flights were cancelled. But what is the update that you can share at the moment, and what is the situation where you are?
That's right. Multiple, announcements being made. Yes, almost about 50 flights have been cancelled, both arrival as well as departure. This is as far as, the aviation sector is concerned. As far as trains are concerned, multiple delays as well. But before I come to that, let me show you where I am. I am on Marine Drive. This is in South Bombay. This is high tide situation that you're seeing. We're right next to the coast. And as you can see, the waves are very, very strong. These are dramatic visuals from Marine Drive at this point. Of course, the high tide, which occurred just about 5 minutes back. It was 4.4 meter high tide. In fact, as the heavy rains continue to lash, the high tide is now visibly swelling. As you can see, these are dramatic, powerful waves that are crashing against the shore. In fact, the sea there witnessing significant high tide. Of course, water level is rising, and of course, precautionary measures being taken. As you said, a lot of precautionary messages being sent to citizens in Mumbai. We just heard Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, who had in fact visited the disaster zone BMC, taking that press conference, saying that all the authorities are in action, all the precautionary, action being taken, be it the BMC officials, the railways, or the NDRF or the army, all of them are on standby in case of any sort of eventualities. Yes, it is concerning. It is a weekday today, and it's been raining since last night. It did sort of subside some time back for a couple of hours, but then it's restarted now post the high tide situation. Of course, it did rain for 6 hours last night from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m., almost 300 mm rainfall, leading to severe waterlogging, especially in many of the suburban areas. We are in South Bombay, where we are not seeing much waterlogging, but here we are witnessing the high tide situation since we are right next to the coast. But this is the situation in Bombay: waterlogged roads, traffic congestion. However, Chief Minister also maintaining that several pumping stations are at work, and there was a break from the rain in between, so therefore a lot of water, substantial amount of water could be pumped out of in many of the areas. So situation under control, although it has started raining heavily once again. But train services at this point, are getting affected. There have been considerable delays, a lot of cancellations also that we saw since yesterday. But most of the services have been restored at least in Central Line. Western Line, not much of delays that are being witnessed. But if the rains continue the way it is now, it is raining very, very heavily. And if the rains continue this way, there could be more waterlogging, and all these rail and air services will continue to be affected. But many precautionary messages are being given out. People are being asked to stay put. Now, this is Marine Drive, where we usually see thousands of people gathered here, but it's completely empty here, except for perhaps media. I'll show you the empty Marine Drive here. People have been asked to stay away. I'll show you the cops right next to the sea.
making sure that people don't come here to take a look at these fierce waves that we're seeing here. People are obviously enjoying the rains, but Mumbai police being very careful, not letting anybody on the promenade where we're standing. And this is the situation on Marine Drive, which is completely empty as a result of the high tide situation. As you can see, the sea is swelling. It looks dangerous, and as a result of which the rains are also heavy.
Absolutely, Radhika, and as you're telling us, those strong waves there, pretty dramatic, and this is the same Marine Drive that saw a sea of supporters during that victory parade just a couple of days back. But Mumbai has received over 300mm rain, which is much above normal. What are the kind of preparations that have been made across Mumbai? Of course, the Chief Minister appealing to people also to stay indoors as a work from home advisory in place as well.
Yes, absolutely. As far as precautionary measures are concerned, since this morning, several messages being sent out by BMC, railways, all the government departments sending out messages, to asking people to stay put in their homes, not to get out unless it's absolutely necessary. Of course, train services hit, as a result of which there are special buses that are plying, and schools and educational institutions, be it private or government, all of them are shut. And work from home is something that's being encouraged since this morning. So precautionary messages, of course, going out, asking people to just stay home, and all the agencies, all the departments, be it the NDRF, Army, Navy, Coast Guard, be it the BMC departments, railways, all of them are on standby in case of any sort of eventualities in terms of waterlogging, in terms of any other dangerous or untoward incident that may happen. But all the precautionary measures in place, we have the police standing on guard. As you can see, a lot of people want to revel in the rains, clearly. So that is something that is being discouraged by the police here, because things could turn dangerous if the waves just lash out. So therefore, the cops leaving no stone unturned in ensuring that people are safe at this point, especially asking them not to come anywhere near the coast. So all precautionary measures being taken, with Eknath Shinde, Chief Minister of Maharashtra, taking that press conference, talking about all the steps being taken by different agencies over the last few hours, asking people to stay put in their homes, and also saying that all the pumping stations, as far as waterlogging and traffic situation is concerned, he's been saying that all the pumping stations are at work. Over the last few years, multiple pumping stations had been added, pumps have been added across several of the low-lying areas. So all of them are at work, and therefore water is being pumped out over a regular period of time over the last many hours, which is why a substantial amount of water has been taken off the streets. So situation under control, but precaution, of course, as far as Mumbaikars are concerned, as the high tide situation is what is being witnessed at the moment.
Radhika, thanks very much for getting us that ground report. Visuals similar to what we've seen in Delhi also just a couple of weeks back. And this is just the beginning of monsoon, and the infrastructure collapse is something as well that we're seeing across Mumbai. In fact, clogged drains, desilted drains, the desilting of drains continues to be one of the most important root causes of this entire rain situation in cities like Mumbai and Delhi. This remains our top focus on NDTV. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Do you know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में डेवलप कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, stopwatch, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से size में, well obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon, but then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches and eventually today you know how popular they are, जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो after the mobile phone, the second purchase that you do as a gadget is definitely a smartwatch these days. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Welcome back. Our special focus on NDTV, the Prime Minister's two-day state visit to Russia. It's a power-packed visit, an extremely crucial one. This is the first visit of the Prime Minister's to Russia since the Ukraine war. A lot is on agenda, of course. Today at about 6 p.m. Indian time is when the Prime Minister will land in Moscow. After that, of course, you have a private dinner that will be hosted for the Prime Minister by President Putin. The crucial bilateral, of course, will take place tomorrow. That's going to be very important. You have multiple aspects that will be, in focus, from trade, oil, strategic partnership, a bilateral cooperation, as well as the issue of stranded Indians. That's going to figure high up there as far as the priority list is concerned. The Prime Minister is also expected to interact with members of the Indian diaspora, something that has become a recurring feature of the Prime Minister's state visits. Now remember, this is the 22nd bilateral summit between India and Russia. It's happening after 3 years, which is why it's extremely important. India and Russia, of course, have been old friends. It's a historical relationship between the two nations, and it's in a sense a bid to further those bilateral ties. Today, as I said, the big focus will be the private dinner that will be hosted by President Putin for Prime Minister Modi. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal is joining us from the Kremlin in Moscow. Vasudha, good afternoon to you. It's about 12 noon there. And it's a sunny morning, a sunny afternoon, as I can see. The focus today will be the private dinner that will be hosted by President Putin. What all is on agenda? What is the mood in Moscow?
Absolutely, Vedant. But before we go to the Prime Minister's meeting, bilateral meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin, remember this is critical also because this is the first bilateral meeting that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be having after he assumed charge as the Prime Minister of the country for the third time. Let me give you a flavor of Russia. This is very interesting because this is my first visit to the city of Moscow, and we are coming to you from the Kremlin. And in fact, just inside Kremlin is, of course, these wonderful churches and cathedrals which come under St. Basilica, and so there are these old buildings that represent the memory of tsars and princes. In fact, many of them also carry very painful memories, and on the other hand, opposite to them, you could also find Kremlin, which is actually the power center, the power seat, which has witnessed many unraveling of empires, and of course it has also seen many political developments. In fact, it has these buildings have been around, many of these buildings have been around since 13th century, and also the modern buildings have come up in the last many years. So rightly so, this is a country of revolution, and these are the buildings that have been a witness to all these political developments that Russia has seen. And coincidentally, today is important because Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrives in Moscow just a few hours from now, and he will be welcomed by the Indian community. But of course, in the evening there is going to be a very important private dinner that Vladimir Putin will be hosting for Narendra Modi. Remember, this is is a time while I was explaining to you how Russia is a land of revolutions. It's known as a land of resistance, and also a land that often reinvents itself to fit into the modern world democracies. This is also the time when Russia is looking at acceptance of other countries, specifically because this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first visit to Russia after the Russia-Ukraine war broke out. Russia is, of course, facing sanctions from the West, and there are only 3 countries that Vladimir Putin has visited in the recent past, which is, of course, China, then Vietnam and North Korea. So there is a lot of political realignment that is happening in the world of geopolitics, with India also deepening its ties with the West, specifically the US, and also diversifying its defense procurement. We are no longer completely dependent on Russia for our defense needs. We are, in fact, getting more weapons from Canada and, of course, USA. And on the other hand, Russia has also reached out to several countries, including specifically China. So this growing friendship between Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin is a cause of concern for India, which is why today's meeting, the bilateral meeting of Narendra Modi and Vladimir Putin, becomes all the more important. In fact, the hotel that Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be staying is also, somewhere in the midst of Moscow. In fact, this is the gate of Kremlin Square, and from here, all the roads of Moscow actually they radiate from here. So this is in some ways the central point, the focal point of the capital of Russia. In fact, Moscow is the largest city, in Europe, and this is the Kremlin Square. In fact, right inside here is the Red Square. I could have shown you if shooting was allowed there. Red Square is also where the mausoleum of Lenin is, and that is, that's the hero of the Second World War. In fact, just to remind our viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also be going to the tomb of unknown soldier. A lot of soldiers died during the Second World War, and that is a war memorial of sorts that Russia has built for them. And so this meeting, this dinner is going to be hosted by Vladimir Putin tonight for the Prime Minister. In fact, he arrives somewhere close to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He will also be received by the Indian community, and tomorrow is going to be the function, the event with the Indian community here. But today's meetings are going to be very important because there's going to be focus on trade. Remember that the rupee-ruble trade is something that is very important. India's imports with Russia have been on a high, specifically with India buying a lot of discounted crude oil from Russia. But India's exports are just about $4 billion. That's a cause of worry. So the rupee-ruble trade becomes important here. Other than that, of course, there are 2 important logistics project and infrastructure projects. One is, of course, the international north-south corridor that will basically look at building, a corridor between Moscow and Mumbai, which will also bring down connectivity and transit time, port time, between these 2 important cities, and also the Chennai, Vladivostok, port corridor that's coming up between Russia and India. So these are 2 important projects that are coming up. Remember, this is the first visit of the Prime Minister to Russia in almost 9 years. Last year, he was in Vladivostok for the economic conclave. That's an eastern city, but in Moscow, he's coming here after 9 years. That visit happened in 2019, of course. There have been annual summits between India and Russia in the last almost 24 years. There have been, in fact, 21 summits like that. But of course, the summits could not take place after 2021. But the SEO summit took place, maybe 3 days ago. And that happened in Kazakhstan, where Dr. S. Jaishankar represented India. And he did meet his counterpart from Russia. But that meeting also saw Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin meeting and saying that this is the best time for the friendship between Russia and China. So Mr. Modi's visit to Russia is happening at a very critical time. US might or might not see a change of guard at the White House. There's a lot of political realignment happening. Elections have taken place in France and UK. So at all of these times, how the world, how the West views India's outreach to Moscow, in some ways reiterating its old ties, solid ties with Moscow, is going to be important.
Vasudha, thanks very much for getting us a flavor of Moscow. Vasudha reporting there from the Kremlin. As I said, it's a sunny afternoon there. It's going to be a long day for you, Vasudha, today, as the Prime Minister arrives there at about 6 p.m. Indian time. And after that, a series of bilaterals and formal engagements planned as well. But Vasudha also spoke to the Indian ambassador to Russia on what are the key focus areas, what all is on agenda. Listen into what he told NDTV.
If there's been one constant in the world of geopolitics, it is the relationship between India and Russia. Today, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Russia begins, Ambassador Vinay Kumar joins us for a quick chat. Thank you so much, Ambassador Vinay Kumar, for speaking to NDTV. So what would be on agenda, between these meetings of Narendra Modi and Vladimir Putin?
The visit is situated in the tradition of annual summit that between two countries we have of Prime Minister and of India and President of Russian Federation. So during this visit, we will have the 22nd annual summit. On the agenda are, of course, comprehensive set of bilateral issues. As you know, we have multifaceted relationship. So all dimensions of that will be discussed in political, economic, trade and investment, of course, defense, atomic energy. All these issues will be discussed. And without prejudging what exactly the leaders will talk, I think that regional and global developments will also be on the agenda.
Right. So we are talking about multilateralism here. This is an important bilateral meeting because it's the first official bilateral meeting that the Prime Minister is having after his third term. How does Modi 3.0 look for India-Russia relations?
India-Russia relations have been growing, and our constant endeavor is to continue work towards further deepening and expanding of the ties, because we find this relationship of mutually beneficial nature. It meets the economic, security, defense needs of the two countries, and so I think the trend that we have had in India-Russia relations over the past decade will continue.
Okay. Thank you, Ambassador Vinay Kumar, for speaking to NDTV. So that is Ambassador Vinay Kumar speaking on the need for strengthening economic ties and how the meeting between President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is only going to strengthen the long-lasting, tried and tested ties between Russia and India. With camera person Pooja Arya, this is Vasudha Venugopal for NDTV from Moscow.
And moving now to some other news, where it's BJP versus the Congress over the alleged land scam. This after the Chief Minister, directly after his wife was made a beneficiary of the controversial scheme. It is the Mysuru Urban Development Authority scheme. So the BJP essentially is accusing the Congress and the Chief Minister, no less, of a 4,000 crore rupee land scam. Though, of course, the Congress says that there's no wrongdoing, there are no irregularities here. It was, only under the scheme that this land was allotted. Listen to all the reactions that have come in.
ಮೂಡಾದವರು ಏಕಾಏಕಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ದೇ ಅನ್ಆಥರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಂಚ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮೂಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇವರು ಪತ್ರ ಬರೀತಾರೆ, ಅವರು ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಪರ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅವರು ರೆಸಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೀಟಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಪರ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಿ, ವಿಜಯನಗರ ಕೊಡಿ, ಇಂಥ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಟ್ಟು 1,50,000 ಸ್ಕ್ವೇರ್ ಫೀಟ್ ಜಮೀನು, ಅದು 3 ಎಕರೆ 16. ಅವರು 38,000 ಸ್ಕ್ವೇರ್ ಫೀಟ್ಗೆ ಪರ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಇತ್ತ ಕಡೆನೇ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಜಮೀನು ಅದು ತಪ್ಪು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. ಮೂಡ ಮಾಡಿರೋ ತಪ್ಪೇನು, ಇಲ್ಲೀಗಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಂಚಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಕೇಳಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪುನಃ ಅಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಅವರು ಪರ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಇದು.
If any denotification has happened, if it has happened, you know very well, without the clearance of the Supreme Court, they can't even hand over or give any compensation to any of the landowners. Now whatever Muda has given alternative site allocation, when there was a clear letter even by the Deputy Commissioner or the government not to give any alternative sites after 2003, it is very clear whatever has happened in Muda is all illegal.
And Pratibha Raman is now joining us live. So Pratibha, break it down for us. What exactly is this particular case? It's a 4,000 crore rupee alleged scam that the BJP is now accusing the Congress of.
Well, what happens is the Muda would take some amount of land and convert it into a developed site, and those land losers are given a compensation. Now, earlier it was compensation in the form of money for the land lost, but later there was an order that was brought in during the BJP's regime which spoke about the 50-50 ratio. Now, what this means is that the land losers would be given a compensation in the form of land, which means a developed site which is 50% of the land lost. Now, this new order was what was sought by the Chief Minister's wife, who lost land perhaps in 1997 and has sought compensation in the form of land despite having rejected the money that was given as in the form of compensation by Muda then. Now, why was that rejected? That is set aside for reasons not known yet. And in the meantime, with the new order that has been brought in, the land that has been allotted to the wife of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is around 38,000 square feet that has been granted to him in a prime area or a posh locality in Mysuru. Now, this has not gone down well by the BJP, who claim that this has given rise to a scam that has been operated by Muda, and this needs to be investigated because most often land losers would be given or allocated sites which are not in the prescribed site that needs to be given to them, but in an area of their choice which may not be in concurrence with the kind of land that has been lost. Now, a suburban area land that is lost will not be compensated in the form of land that can be given to them in a central business district. Now, this is the kind of scam that has been exposed by the Deputy Commissioner there, who has been writing repeated letters to the government, but no action that has been taken. Now, the Deputy Commissioner has also been transferred along with 20 other IAS officers. Now, given all of this, this has created a political storm in Karnataka here between the BJP as well as the Congress. The Congress, in the meantime, maintaining or justifying its stand, claiming that the order was given during the BJP's regime and that everything was done legally. Now, legally or not is still a question. The BJP demands a CBI probe, but in the meantime, the Congress has been suggesting that an inquiry has already been set up by the Congress government to look into these kind of scams. And all those sites that have already been allocated right from 2000 onwards have all been suspended. Now, this has given rise to a political face-off. We need to wait to see whether this case would reach its logical end or not. Back to you.
Pratibha, thanks very much for joining us with that update. So, of course, this is the latest BJP versus Congress flashpoint in Karnataka. And in fact, staying with news from Karnataka and the BJP-Congress standoff, well, it's now a standoff between the BJP and the Congress over a BJP MP's spirited party. Well, there was free booze at an election party hosted by K. Sudhakar, the BJP MP there. In fact, the Congress has now demanded answers from no less than the BJP chief. In fact, it is DK Shivkumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, who has said that JP Nadda, the BJP chief, must answer. These are visuals of those long queues of BJP workers, party workers, supporters who lined up there for that free alcohol. In fact, my colleague Pratibha continues to be with us. But before that, let's listen to what the Deputy Chief Minister had to say.
Mr. Nadda ji, the national president, I don't want the local leaders to reply to it. I want the BJP president, national president to just reply to it. And it is the culture of the BJP.
Are you booking case, sir, because there is a violation of excise case?
That is the next point. Next point. First, let the party answer to it.
Going across live now to Pratibha. So Pratibha, while we look at those long queues and the politics over this spirited election party, how is this a violation of the excise case? Break it down for us.
Well, it looks like there are multiple issues that have crept into the political corridors of Karnataka here, making it a flashpoint between the ruling government as well as the opposition here. Now, the latest is this particular party or a Thanksgiving event that was organized or allegedly organized by Dr. Sudhakar, who is the BJP MP from Chikbalapur. And it was actually a Thanksgiving event organized after the win in the Lok Sabha election. And apparently there was a prior letter that was already written to the police seeking deployment of security personnel there, because there would be liquor bottles that would be distributed as a part of the Thanksgiving event. Now, whether this is really official or not is also something that needs to be investigated. And in the meantime, the event definitely created a lot of chaos, because the liquor bottles were served, long queues that were there, people clamoring for each of those liquor bottles by climbing those trucks, and all of this happening in the presence of police has definitely triggered the political flashpoint here in Karnataka. The BJP in the meantime claiming that the Congress is free to take action in terms of whoever is responsible for this chaos here, and in the meantime the Congress claiming that there needs to be a proper reaction that needs to be sought from the BJP, not from the local leaders but from the national president, Mr. JP Nadda himself. Now, whether there would be a case booked or not is also something that needs to be investigated. Like you rightly asked, whether this actually violates the excise policy or not are some of the things that need to be studied at this point in time. Back to you.
Pratibha, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So the Congress raking it up. The BJP, of course, says that a lot of it is still in the realm of investigation. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं, तो आइए बात करते हैं.
बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस आई साਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
कैसे फील कर रहे हैं?
बहुत बढ़िया फील कर रहे हैं, बहुत मान महसूस हो रहा है.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Here we are and ये है, आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं, मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी. देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं.
Hi TG, is the Insta 360X
Welcome back. Rahul Gandhi's northeast outreach today. Well, he was in Assam earlier. He visited flood-affected areas in Assam, the worst-affected areas as far as Assam is concerned. Remember, over 50 people have died this year as far as the Assam flood situation is concerned. In fact, Rahul Gandhi is now in Manipur. He met displaced tribals there. He is visiting relief camps as well. In fact, he is in and around Churachandpur, which of course was one of the worst affected areas as far as the Manipur ethnic violence is concerned. This is Rahul Gandhi's third visit to Manipur, but his first as the leader of opposition. This also comes after the Congress's big win in Manipur. Remember, the BJP lost all seats as far as the state is concerned. These are visuals of Rahul Gandhi there meeting displaced tribals, and there's heavy security. Last time around, Rahul Gandhi visited Churachandpur, Manipur. There was a lot of controversy around it as well. The Congress claiming that Rahul Gandhi's convoy was stopped, but a peaceful visit this time. There you can see Rahul Gandhi meeting people in the relief camps as well. He is expected to meet the Manipur governor as well later today. Listen in to what the BJP said on Rahul Gandhi's visit to Manipur.
राहुल गांधी इसका राजनीतिकरण करते हैं. वहाँ मलहम लगाने की ज़रूरत है. चुनाव खत्म हो गया. दोनों समुदायों को नज़दीक लाने की ज़रूरत है. संसद में क्या हंगामा किया? नई संसद में प्रधानमंत्री को जवाब नहीं देने दिया. उकसाया उन्होंने मणिपुर पर हमला करें. ये ठीक है क्या?
In fact, let's cut across to these live visuals coming in of Rahul Gandhi. This seems like a relief camp there, Rahul Gandhi, or a school perhaps, where Rahul Gandhi is meeting those displaced tribals. Remember, hundreds had died in that ethnic conflict in Manipur. Rahul Gandhi has visited Manipur earlier as well, but this time around he is visiting the ethnic strife-torn state in the capacity of the leader of opposition, which is why it becomes even more significant. The Congress and the opposition have been raising Manipur in the Lok Sabha as well, in the parliament as well, and Rahul Gandhi is expected to meet the governor of Manipur as well later today. This is also Rahul Gandhi's first visit after the Congress's big victory in the Manipur Lok Sabha polls as well. With that, we'll take a short break now, come back for more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो.
Welcome back. Our big focus on NDTV at this hour, Rahul Gandhi in Manipur. This is Rahul Gandhi's third visit to Manipur, but his first in the capacity of the leader of opposition. In fact, live visuals coming in of Rahul Gandhi meeting the displaced tribals there. He's also expected to meet the Manipur governor later today. My colleague Ratndeep Chaudhary is now joining us live. So, Ratndeep, this visit becomes extremely significant because this also comes after the Congress's big victory in the Manipur Lok Sabha polls as well.
That's right. The timing is very crucial because this comes at a time when Congress has won both the Lok Sabha seats in Manipur. And remember, in the last session of Parliament, Rahul Gandhi made a speech on the Manipur issue. In his speech, Manipur figured a lot, and the opposition had tried to corner the government on this issue. In fact, we are coming to you from Churachandpur. This is the place from where last year's ethnic violence has started. This is the Kuki-Zo dominated area where you can see our camera person is showing that Rahul Gandhi is at the premises here of a relief camp where he is meeting the victims of last year's ethnic violence in Manipur. And remember, this is his third visit to Manipur after last year's ethnic violence here. And in fact, he had started his Bharat Joro Nyaya Yatra from Manipur. But this is his first visit to Northeast after he has become the leader of the opposition. So it holds a lot of significance, and it just goes to show that the Congress and Mr. Gandhi is trying to now rake up the Manipur issue, not only inside the parliament, but right at ground zero where the issue is unfolding. In fact, the day began for him when he landed at Silchar in southern Assam, from where he drove to the Assam-Manipur border town of Jiribam, where he actually met the victims of the ethnic conflict. Remember, Jiribam was largely untouched in last year's violence, but this year, only last month, there was a flare-up in Jiribam that led to displacement of over 2,000 people. And he was there to meet them. And on way, he also met people who are affected by the devastating floods in Assam. In fact, there's a lot of security presence here at this moment. You can see there are a lot of people who have come here, they've gathered here, and Mr. Gandhi is going to also meet the governor of Manipur this evening around 6 p.m. where he wants to discuss the Manipur issue. Also, the Congress party would submit a memorandum to the governor. On way back from Churachandpur, he will visit camps of the victims of last year's violence in Moirang in Bishnupur district. These victims belong to the Meitei community. Here he's meeting the victims from Kukizo community. So therefore, clearly, the Congress party and Mr. Gandhi now trying to build up this issue at ground zero in Manipur. Remember, we already saw a spillover effect in terms of the politics in Northeast, with Congress winning a few seats even in Meghalaya and Nagaland. So therefore, the Congress sees this as an opportunity to revive its lost political grounds in Northeast. Remember, this comes also at a time when in Rajya Sabha, Prime Minister Narendra Modi did mention about the situation in Manipur, where he said that the focus of the government at center as well as in the state is to build trust between communities. All stakeholders are being spoken to, and a roadmap towards peace is being worked out. Union Home Minister Amit Shah last month held a meeting to review the scenario, the security scenario in Manipur. So therefore, in this backdrop, this visit of Rahul Gandhi becomes very significant, and perhaps not only inside the parliament but outside, right at ground zero, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress through this Manipur issue is perhaps also trying to send out a message to center, perhaps trying to also push the BJP. Remember, the BJP has been criticized over the way the Manipur issue has been handled. The opposition has criticized the Prime Minister for not visiting Manipur, and this time with his third visit to Manipur, Rahul Gandhi is perhaps sending out a message not only to the people of Manipur and Northeast, but to the ruling BJP and its allies in center and in the state as well.
Thanks very much, Ratndeep, for joining us with that ground report there. Ratndeep reporting from what has been the epicenter of the ethnic violence in Manipur. Rahul Gandhi there meeting victims of last year's violence. With that, we'll take a short break now, but there's more news on the other side.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में डेवलप कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard, जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था. And the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, stopwatch, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से size में, well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals.
Hello, Moto.
The Supreme Court hears pleas seeking fresh NEET UG re-examination. This is Supreme Court cracks the whip on the testing agency. Top court's tough questioning to the NTA. The top court says, does the government admit to paper leak? The testing agency says paper leak only in specific areas. The Mumbai rain mayhem grounds flights and halts traffic amid high tide advisory to stay away from beaches. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde appeals to Mumbaikars to stay indoors. In the Mumbai hit and run case, the accused to be presented in court today. The main accused, Shinde Sena's leader's son, is still on the run. Maha Chief Minister says whoever is involved won't be spared. In Karnataka, it's the BJP versus Chief Minister Siddaramaiah over an alleged land scam. The BJP accuses Chief Minister Siddaramaiah of a 4,000 crore rupees scam. The BJP says high-value plots were given to the Chief Minister's family in lieu of land. The Congress denies the charge, says there's no wrongdoing. Heads roll after Tamil Nadu BSP chief's alleged murder. The Chennai top cop is among the 3 police transfers in Chennai. Rahul Gandhi meets displaced tribals in Manipur. Rahul Gandhi to visit the worst affected areas. In fact, he's already in Churachandpur, one of the epicenters of the ethnic violence last year. This is his first visit as a leader of opposition. Prime Minister Modi leaves for the 2-day visit to Russia. This is his first visit to Russia since the Ukraine war. Indian ambassador to Russia speaks exclusively to NDTV about the priorities and the focus areas of India. Trade, atomic energy and defense are on agenda. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story this afternoon, well, the Supreme Court hearing a batch of petitions on the NEET controversy. In fact, it's a CJI-led bench that is hearing this issue. Remember, the big question is whether the demand for re-NEET will be accepted. Will the Supreme Court order a cancellation of the May examination? Well, this as petitioners present their arguments in court. Petitioners say that we want a re-examination because the statements of the NTA, or the National Testing Agency, are contradictory, and a re-examination for all 24 lakh candidates is the only solution. This, as the Supreme Court also in a sense came down heavily on the National Testing Agency, asking whether the body agrees to paper leak. Well, the National Testing Agency said that paper leak happened only in isolated areas. In fact, remember, this has been the argument of the centre since the beginning, saying that a re-examination is not a reasonable proposition given the fact that there's no proof or evidence of large-scale irregularities, large-scale discrepancies, and paper leak happened in isolated areas like in Bihar, in several parts of Jharkhand, also in Gujarat, where arrests have been made. Remember, the probe, the investigation has been handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation, which has made multiple arrests. But several petitioners have sought a complete re-examination and a cancellation of the examination that was held in the month of May. Now, the CGI asked several tough questions as well. The CGI asked the testing agency as to how many students were actually given grace marks. Remember, because a re-examination for those students whose grace marks were nixed has already been held last month. My colleague Aishwarya is now joining us live from the Supreme Court. So, Aishwarya, several tough questions from the CGI as well about the examination process, about the sanctity of the examination process, whether the testing agency actually concedes that there indeed was a paper leak. But break it down for us. What have been the main arguments of the petitioners?
Well, certainly, because it was earlier the entire NEET issue was heard by the vacational bench, and it is the first time when the Chief Justice of India is heading this entire bench where the petitions are being heard by the Supreme Court. It has been very categorically being understood by the Chief Justice of India about what the demands of the petitioners are, why they want the entire NEET examination to be redone again, and what had led to the arrest that had been taken place in several places across the country from where the question papers were leaked, and those 1,563 students which had given the NEET examinations again, how many of them had got the grace marks, how many of them had got full marks, and in all of these arguments it was understood by the Chief Justice of India that amongst the 1,563 students which had given the retest again, only 50% of the students reappeared. Those 6 students who got the full 100 marks in the earlier examination, only 2 of them again reappeared, 4 did not reappeared. Also, it was stated by the...
Go ahead, Aishwarya, we can hear you loud and clear.
Well, of course, by as I was mentioning that there was, the argument that was put forward by the petitioner who was seeking the re-examination as far as the NEET is concerned. They clearly had stated that because there has been a systematic mechanism which exists over here, and the National Testing Agency, which is the body who conducts the entire examination, is not able to tell the people of this country that whether there had been just the examination papers which were leaked at one center or 2 centers, or it was on more than these few centers. The students who are clearly demanding the re-examination had been stating that because there had been paper leaks there, and the papers had been put on the Telegram app as well, the answers were uploaded just one day prior to the examination.
But the latest that we're getting from court is that the Chief Justice of India has said if we come to the conclusion that the time lag between the leak and the actual exam is limited, it would militate against a retest. So in a sense, the possibility of a retest seems unlikely at this point, though it would be very premature to say that. But the centre has also said the same thing in its affidavit, that retest for all 24 lakh students is not a reasonable proposition.
Well, certainly, and that will jeopardize the entire system of on the timeline of the students. 1 year will be wasted, and that's what also the Education Ministry as well as the central government had been stating in the court as well. They had filed the affidavit. Also, the Chief Justice of India on their side had stated that and asked the petitioners, of course, that is it possible to point red flags, or we can constitute a committee of experts as well, like the 67 persons who have got maximum of the marks that when they appeared in that examination, how many were part of 1,563 students who did retest. So all of these nitty-gritties are being first asked by the petitioners on the behalf of the petitioners and the students who wanted the entire NEET UG examinations to be done again, because they are saying that if on one part of the country there are and also mentioned, remember, during the argument, that this is the first time in the history of India it was 67 students who got 100 out of 100 marks. In 2021 it was just one student. It was 2022 with 3 students, and only 1 or 2, 3 students in the past few years. The students have got 100 out of 100 marks, but this is unprecedented itself. 67 students got 100 out of 100 marks, which is not a realistic situation, and therefore the reason perhaps the Central Bureau of Investigation is doing the entire investigation in the cases as well. On the other side, it has been also stated by the councils that the Central Bureau of Investigation, on one side, when they registered the complaint in Bihar, in Patna, those students who were responsible had been taken into the custody. Their statements had been recorded. The entire mechanism and the investigation is also brought to the last stage. Their marks has also been upheld as of now by the testing agency. But certainly it is the Supreme Court of India who currently is understanding that what the entire matter is all about. Of course, as we know, just before the lunch, it was stated by the Supreme Court that they will just not hear the one side of the story. They will hear each and everybody, the petitioners who are involved, who want retest, who do not want retest, those students who are appearing against the grace marks, and also Center and the NTA. So it's just one side of the story. The arguments are currently underway, but we'll also get to know what the other side of the petitioners clearly narrates in the court and what the Supreme Court decides later.
That's right, Aishwarya. In fact, at this point, nothing is ruled out, because the Chief Justice of India has also said that if we cannot identify the accused and if we cannot identify those candidates, who were responsible for the wrongdoings, then a retest is an option. So, nothing has been ruled out, as far as this retest plea is concerned.
Well, certainly, CGI is looking at every point, and I'll continue to give my answer to you, but also requesting my producers to just fix the audio line. I'm getting my voice repeated as of now. But of course, as the Supreme Court is currently hearing the entire matter, the Chief Justice of India had clearly pointed out the red flags as well. As I was mentioning, the CGI has also stated that the 720 points of 67 students that they got is certainly a point of contention over here. What they can do as far as if there is a committee that can just constitute that can be constituted to find out the ways of these 67 students who got 100 out of 100 and can be investigated in that way as well. Whether these students who were given a chance to reappear, how many students had come in and given examination, as I was mentioning, that out of 1,563 students that were given an option to give examination again, only 50% of these students reappeared. Those 6 students who got 100 out of 100 marks, only 2 of them appeared, 4 of them were not appeared. So what was the entire story behind these students who got the full marks and who did not appear again as the option were given to them? So whether that should be constituted or and investigated as well, that could be one of the order that Supreme Court can also give from here on. But certainly as of now, it is the Chief Justice of India who had stated that they wanted to understand the entire pattern. Of course, the Chief Justice of India also asked the petitioners that what is the entire process of sending out the question papers to different locations, to abroad as well, as the answer was given to the Chief Justice of India that they send it via the printing press. Of course, the printing press location should not be disclosed, is also what CGI has stated, because that can create a problem next year. But the answer to abroad was, of course, via embassies the question papers are being sent. So what is the secrecy behind it? What is the systematic process behind it? Something that the Supreme Court is currently understanding, as I mentioned, that because earlier hearings were under the vacational bench, and this is the first time that CGI-led bench is hearing the entire matter. They they wanted to understand full process of the examination being done, and therefore all the parties involved in it had been summoned, and they had been asked about the entire process. The NTA councils are also giving one by one, point by point answers to what the Supreme Court wants to understand over here, and therefore the reason perhaps nothing can be, as you rightly mentioned, nothing can be outlined as of now, and any sort of decision can come only after the Supreme Court will hear every party, every councils in this case till this evening.
Right, Aishwarya, thanks very much for joining us with that. In fact, what the Chief Justice of India now has also said, that there is no doubt that the integrity and sanctity of the examination has been affected. There's a big statement coming from the Chief Justice of India. In fact, he says that we need to, in a sense, ascertain how widespread this entire paper leak was, but the exam integrity has been compromised. A big statement there from the Chief Justice of India. This remains our top focus. But moving now to the other big headline we're tracking very closely on NDTV, and that is the Mumbai rain mayhem. Well, heavy rain has brought the Millennium City to its knees. Key roads, underpasses, offices, residential buildings underwater. In fact, there's a high tide alert as well. In fact, in parts of Mumbai, there's been complete inundation. There you can see visuals from Marine Drive as well. In fact, what I'm being told is my colleague Sujata is now joining us live. We'll go across to her, but listening to what the Chief Minister actually had to say, because remember now there's an orange category alert or a heavy rain alert that has been sounded.
बारिश हुई है रात से, ये ज़्यादा हुई है, 65 mm से ज़्यादा होती है तो अतिवृष्टि जैसी परिस्थिति होती है. अभी तो 267 से 300 mm बारिश गिरी है. ये बारिश जो है ये कम समय में गिरी है, और जो पूरी तरह व्यवस्था जो है कैरिंग कैपेसिटी है उससे बहुत ज़्यादा, कई गुना ज़्यादा ये बारिश हुई है. और इसलिए रेलवे के ट्रैक पे भी पानी आया है. पंप, रेलवे ने 200 पंप लगाया है, 480 पंप कारपोरेशन के है, वो पूरी तेज़ी से काम कर रहे हैं और पानी फेंकने का काम शुरू है. और अभी आपने देखा कि ट्रेन भी ऐसा सब शुरुआत हुई है, और रोड में भी अभी हमने यहाँ पर देखा सब 5000 स्पॉट इसमें दिखते हैं. सब रोड पे अभी ट्रैफिक शुरू हुई है.
Well, that's the Chief Minister there appealing to the people of Mumbai that, they must stay indoors. In fact, my colleague Sujata is now joining us live. Sujata, over to you. Come to us from the Marine Drive. What is the situation as we speak?
Well, certainly, and we see that the situation in Mumbai and rains continue, and also waterlogging situations at several parts in city have been happening since morning. And at present, I'm here at the Marine Drive, the prestigious Marine Drive, in fact, where during monsoons, especially families along with their friends gather here to enjoy the monsoon. But today, being an orange alert, Mumbai police forces have been deployed, and also nobody is allowed to enter the Marine Drive to ensure that no such untoward incidents happen. And also, if you look here, the police officials are standing and they're allowing nobody. Earlier there were people here while the rain halted midway, but now it is again because of heavy rain and also because of a heavy tide that was given at around 2 p.m. of a heavy tide, as also a high tide of around 4.79 meters, due to which everybody was removed from here and people were asked to leave, as not only here but also in areas and especially beaches like the Juhu Beach, the Bandstand, Marine Drive and several such beaches in the Mumbai suburban region. It was appealed to people to ensure that they do not leave out of their home until and unless it is an important work, and also not to especially go to such waterlogged areas. And especially the Chief Minister today too ensured that there was a view done of a review of the war room system in BMC as well as the Mantralaya, where he also understood what exactly is being done by the BMC to ensure that waterlogging is taken off from these areas where heavy waterlogging was found in the morning at the Malad subway, the Khar subway, the Milan subway and the Daisa subway, along with other regions like the Gandhi market and the LBS Marg, where since morning heavy rains has led to flood-like situations, and also waterlogged areas have been, however, 480 pumps have been put up across the city to ensure that water is removed as soon as possible. And also in the morning we saw that at the Malad subway, a car was stuck for around 8 hours, after which it was, the efforts of the NDRF teams which ensured that the car was taken out smoothly. And also not only in Maharashtra, in Mumbai, but also in other surrounding regions like Raigad, Thane and Palghar, especially regions like Vasai and Virar, where since morning, every other street is waterlogged, because of which it becomes extremely important, and one NDRF team has also been deployed to this region. And so far all the school and colleges have been declared a holiday for its students, and also the CM has too appealed people to ensure that no such incident takes place, and for that every effort has to be made. Over to you.
Sujata, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So the situation in Mumbai, of course, improving, but it started to rain heavily again. As Sujata is reporting there's a high tide warning and a heavy rain alert for parts of Mumbai as well. But moving now to the big breaking story we are tracking at this hour, the Chief Justice of India on the NEET examination row. Well, the Chief Justice of India has made important remarks in the case, saying that the exam sanctity has been compromised. Remember, because the government has time and again reiterated that the integrity and the sanctity of the NEET examination was intact. But now the Chief Justice of India is saying that there is no doubt that the sanctity of the examination has been compromised, and we now have to, in a sense, ascertain how widespread the paper leak was. So important remarks there from the Chief Justice of India. This, of course, after the petitioners made their arguments in court as well. The government, of course, also telling the Supreme Court or detailing how many arrests have been made, etc. Of course, the probe has now been handed over to the CBI. My colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us live from the Supreme Court. So, Aishwarya, very important remarks there from the Chief Justice of India. While the government continues to say that the integrity of the examination is intact, the Chief Justice saying that there is no doubt that the sanctity of the examination has been compromised.
Well, certainly, and that was made very clear by the CBI as well, that yes, of course, the paper had been leaked in different parts of the country, and therefore the reason perhaps in Bihar, in Gujarat and in Delhi, FIRs were registered, and that's also one of the key observation being made by the Supreme Court and the CBI, clearly stating that this is very clear that leak of question paper has taken place. And this is also a fact that sanctity of examination had been compromised and is beyond the doubt. But at what extent the leak happened, what is the nature of the leak, is something that that the investigation agencies have to find out. They are also stated that before giving out and deciding to order a retest, they should be careful of the nature of that leak, because the Supreme Court are conscious about the dealing with the career of almost 23 lakh students of this country, and asking for 23 lakh students to reappear for the examination. There had been a lot of logistics that needs to be taken care as well, and because the timeline of the entire case is going in a very fast way. In a very fast pace, they have to decide it at the earliest, because they do not want the students' future or the entire one year cycle to be ruined, and therefore the reason perhaps the Supreme Court making important observation that they will have to think about lack of students as far as the order for retest is to be done. But importantly, it is of course the entire process that the Supreme Court wants to understand. As of now, the CGI has also stated that who are the beneficiaries of the examination leak, as it's not been done. The central government who has been appearing in the entire hearing has been also stating that what sort of investigation till now had taken place, and what the NTA had till now decided, and what decisions they had been taken. Of course, if it's not been done, it has been stated that if you can't, then we will have to do a retest and cancel. But it's our last option for 24 lakh students to have a retest of the NEET examination. It's a big statement by the Chief Justice of India when the hearing is underway, stating that retest of 23 lakh students who had appeared in the NEET examination is their last option. but they have to find out that at what level and how much widespread this NEET examination paper leak was. Remember, it was Supreme Court vacation bench who earlier had stated that not even 0.001% negligence will be tolerated, and no student just by getting question paper or paper would leak could get get admissions in the postgraduate test. So clearly, Supreme Court on one side is very clear that they will not hamper the sanctity of the examinations. The Chief Justice of India had also stated to the government that they should not be in self-denial. There was a leak, and that's for sure. That has come out in open. There had been FIRs which had been already registered, and they can't be bring some confidence through a committee of experts. That is their last option to do as well. CGI also stating that what they are doing is to ensure that NTA has made course correction. Yes, of course, there had been several mistakes that had been done in the past, but that needs to be corrected as soon as possible. So clearly, a big statement by the Chief Justice of India as far as Government of India is concerned. They're clearly stating that they should not be in a denial mode about paper leak. There had been several proofs that had emerged. Arrests had been done. That really shows that, yes, of course, paper leak had happened. At what level? This is a part of investigation, but the NTA should not be in a denial mode. A big statement from the Chief Justice of India while hearing the arguments.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. In fact, as you're reporting, the Supreme Court, in a sense, also directing the government to form a committee of experts, a committee of multidisciplinary experts, though, of course, a panel has already been formed by the government. But the focus clearly is, as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, to, in a sense, reinstate that level of confidence as far as the NEET examination is concerned, though, of course, saying that retest is our last option, reiterating its earlier remarks, but exploring all possibilities, certainly. In fact, the Chief Justice of India also coming down heavily on the government, saying that they must not deny the fact entirely that there was a paper leak. In fact, the Supreme Court now trying to assess how widespread the paper leak was.
Well, certainly, and therefore the reason perhaps the centre has also made it very clear in the affidavit that as far as these paper leak cases are concerned, how many FIRs had been registered, how many students had been picked up, how many of the accused had been detained till now, and what sort of documents and the evidences they had seized so far from different places across the country, specifically from Bihar's Patna, where the entire epicenter of the NEET paper leak is. How many people are involved in this entire paper leak scandal is something that the Supreme Court is trying to understand simultaneously as well. The Chief Justice of India had also stated during the arguments that assuming that we are not going to cancel the exams, what are we going to do to identify the beneficiaries of the fraud? What have the government done to identify the beneficiaries? Remember, there are several students across the country who had come down to the street and had been stating the same, that because of few beneficiaries, because of these students who had got question paper, why the other students suffer in the entire examination process that they have undergone through. It takes a lot of efforts, just not financially but mentally as well, just not for the student but for the entire family who are behind them to give the examination. And if this is the case, why the other students will suffer? And there the Supreme Court clearly stating that, of course, retest is the last option that they have behind them. But, of course, if they are not going to cancel the exam, how would they identify that who are the beneficiaries of the fraud, and what the government had done so far to identify these beneficiaries? How would that not be impactful to the other students who have given the examination with all their mind and soul putting into it and spending years to prepare for these NEET examinations, and the future of them had to be kept in mind before passing any such order. Of course, 23 lakh students had given these examinations and their future is at stake, and therefore Supreme Court of India and the Chief Justice of India, who is heading this entire bench, had been categorically saying that, of course, multi-disciplinary panel must probe the leak, but on the other side, if there should be a retest, that is their last option, but how they need to move forward is something that they still wanted to hear from the other parties, and they will decide.
Absolutely, Ashwar. In fact, the big breaking right now is that the Supreme Court has, in a sense, directed the government or asked the government to form a multidisciplinary probe panel. That's, of course, very, very important there, given the fact that the government had earlier formed a panel of experts to look at an overhaul of the NTA. But as far as the NEET examination is concerned as well, the Supreme Court looking at the identification of the beneficiaries of the fraud. So that's an important point here as well, given the fact that we don't have any clear idea as to what is the extent of the paper leak, how many candidates actually benefited from the leak.
Well, that's what the Supreme Court is trying to understand over here, that who are these beneficiaries and how much impact that they had put, assuming that if the question paper or the examination is not fully cancelled, then how will it impact to the other students? As I was mentioning earlier as well, that yes, of course, when the students came down to the streets protesting against the entire paper leak scandal, they were clearly stating on one side there are a section of students who were saying the same thing, that if few students had got beneficially, they have not got the question paper. They had given their mind and soul to this examination. They had prepared it hard for years and years. Their family had put a lot of financial burden to them, and ultimately they had given these examinations. But if that has affected them, then at what level this is? Of course, the Supreme Court is trying to understand over here about the 100% marks being granted to 67 of those students. What was the pattern all about? What was the sitting of these 67 students, whether that was of one center or there are other centers as well, and whether that is also being investigated over here or not. Remember, as Supreme Court has stated, that they will hear each and every party involved in it, and certainly they will be answering as to what sort of investigation had been done till now. But the latest coming in from the Supreme Court is about the CGI giving instructions to the Solicitor General, saying that we want the data to be analysed by the forensic expert group and unit of even the MHA, otherwise by other experts as well. So the Solicitor General stating to the court that we are not advisable, adversarial to the petitioners. We are ready to have a look and on each and every matter, as the Ministry of Education earlier and the MHA's I4C unit also clearly had stated that yes, of course, they had found out the discrepancies. They found out that the question papers were on the dark web, and they were circulated on the Telegram app. So each and every process by process, the CGI is currently understanding and giving directions to the center as well. The multi-level probe had also something that had been already ordered to the government of India. Big update also coming in that the Chief Justice of India stating that they will put this matter for Wednesday. Is something that is also coming in from the Supreme Court. Remember, there have been several observations being made till now as far as the Chief Justice of India is concerned, and they have stated that because they will hear every party in this case involving the NTA and the central government as well. So they had to reply on all of these points that had been mentioned by the Supreme Court till now. But the biggest takeaway till now by the Supreme Court over here, stating that multidisciplinary panel must probe the leak, how widespread this paper leak was, how many students were involved, what was the nexus behind it. All of these needs to be answered in a very categorical way to the Supreme Court while making these observations. One very important remark also came in from the Chief Justice of India, that the government should not be in a denial mode about the paper leak, because it has come out in open that paper leak has happened, but at what level is something that they have to inform to the court.
All right, so what we are breaking at this point, Aishwarya, is that the Supreme Court is set to hear the case now on Wednesday. In fact, the Supreme Court looking at some sort of a comprehensive inquiry as far as this entire case is concerned. In fact, the Chief Justice of India has also conceded to the demands of petitioners, asking the CBI to submit a status report, given the fact that it's now the Central Bureau of Investigation that is actually probing the case. Multiple arrests have been made as well. But as the petitioners sought a status report, the CGI now asking the agency to submit that report. So the case now will be held on Wednesday.
Well, certainly, and the Supreme Court and the Chief Justice of India also wants all the petitioners to sit down and have one nodal lawyer and points, and likewise from the government side as well, because there are almost 38 petitions that were today filed in the court that the Supreme Court agreed to hear. And before the lunch, it was stated by the Supreme Court that they will hear each and every one, but because there were several lawyers, the Supreme Court has directed to identify one nodal lawyer from the point of view of the students who want retest, one lawyer from the point of view of the government, and petitioners had been also asked that CBI should submit a status report as to at what stage the investigation had been till now, what arrest had been made, how much the Central Bureau of Investigation had invested, how much widespread it was. An important point coming in from the Supreme Court over here as well. The CGI has asked for CBI to give a report, and then the Solicitor General had stated that yes, we will file and wants the hearing for Thursday. But as of now, it has been decided by the Supreme Court that they wanted to hear this matter on Wednesday by pointing out the nodal lawyers from both the sides, and a comprehensive hearing should take place from here on, from Wednesday onwards.
That's right, Aishwarya, and the focus also seems to have now shifted as far as the investigation is concerned with the Supreme Court's observations, because now clearly the focus needs to be on the identification of the beneficiaries of the fraud and the extent of the paper leak. While of course the centre continues to say that the paper leak was isolated, it happened in parts of Bihar, some parts of Jharkhand, Gujarat, where arrests have been made, but it needs to be ascertained that the extent of the paper leak. That is of course a focus on the investigation now, and of course the fact that who really were these beneficiaries, and do we know the exact number of these beneficiaries who benefited from the fraud.
Well, two things over here. Number one, the Supreme Court vacational bench earlier had stated that not even 0.001% of negligence will be tolerated in this entire case, and reiterating that today the Supreme Court had been hearing these cases where they had stated that 23 lakh students' career is on the verge, and therefore the reason perhaps the re-examination would be their last option. Number two is of course about the investigation that is taking place in the entire case. The Central Bureau of Investigation had been told to file a status report in this case. But remember, it is also the Supreme Court who had stated that the paper leak that had started from Bihar and also the FIRs lodged in Gujarat, Haryana and Delhi, what's the status of that, and whether there is an entire process, the mechanism behind it, and what sort of people are involved in this entire paper leak, at what stage the investigation has led till now is something that of course the Solicitor General has agreed to file before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court had agreed to hear the NEET case on Thursday as being demanded by the Solicitor General. Earlier, remember, the CGI stated that the case should be heard on Wednesday, but now we have been told that the case will be heard on Thursday. Supreme Court will be hearing again this case on Thursday with appointing the nodal advocates on the part of the petitioners who wanted retest, on the petitioners who do not want retest, from the NTA, from the centre as well. Supreme Court has also asked the NTA centre to answer all the queries it raised and said a decision on retest would be taken based on these responses filed by them. The order is currently being written inside the Supreme Court, and the next hearing will now take place on Thursday.
Right, Aishwarya, thanks very much for joining us with that update. So the Supreme Court will be hearing the case on Thursday. The Supreme Court has also asked the CBI to submit a status report. So important developments in the Supreme Court. Stay on with us, Aishwarya, as we return to our top focus story here on NDTV after this short break.
Strategic, bold move, par for the course, or a balancing act? How is the world going to look at Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Moscow to meet President Vladimir Putin? Remember, this is Mr. Modi's first visit to Russia after the Russia-Ukraine war broke out. What does India gain out of it? What are the consequences for the world? We'll keep getting you all that and more from Moscow. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं, तो आइए बात करते हैं.
बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस आई साਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
कैसे फील कर रहे हैं?
बहुत बढ़िया फील कर रहे हैं, बहुत मान महसूस हो रहा है.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Here we are, and ये है, आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं, मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब. इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी. देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं.
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3, because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी यूज़ कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology. और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे.
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास में पढ़ती हूँ और मुझसे ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए ईयरफोन्स नहीं पहने जाते. क्या आप मुझे ऐसे ईयरफोन्स या हेडफोन्स सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं जिन्हें हम 3 से 4 घंटे पहन सकें?
मैं आपको 2 सलाह दूंगा मेरी तरफ से. सबसे पहला तो अगर आप ईयरफोन्स यूज़ करते हैं तो उसमें आप ईयर टिप को चेंज करके देखिए, बिकॉज कई बार उसका साइज़ अगर आप चेंज करेंगे तो आपको ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल फील होगा और आप लंबे टाइम तक उनको पहन पाएंगे. सेकंड थिंग, अगर आपको स्टिल लगता है कि ईयरफोन्स जो हैं ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल नहीं हैं तो आई वुड रिकमेंड कि आप एक ओवर ईयर स्टाइल का हेडफोन लें. ओवर ईयर से मेरा मतलब ये है द कुशन गोज ऑल अराउंड योर ईयर, और आपके कान के चारों तरफ जब कुशन लगेगा एंड कान बीच में आपका फ्री रहेगा तो कंफर्टेबली आप लंबे समय तक उनको पहन पाएंगे। तो बेसिकली मार्केट में आपको ऑप्शनल मिलेगा ऑन ईयर हेडफोन्स का भी, बट आई वुड रिकमेंड इफ यू कैन गो विद द ओवर ईयर डिज़ाइन, और उससे पहले एक बार आप अपने ईयरफोन्स का जो टिप है उसको चेंज कर देखिए, हो सकता है आपको ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल फील होगा। Okay.
Welcome back. The big story we are tracking very closely on NDTV, the Supreme Court's strong observations on the NEET case. Well, the Supreme Court has asked the government to form a multidisciplinary panel of experts to look at the entire paper leak issue. In fact, the Supreme Court, in a strong observation, also said that the government should stop being in denial and accept that there was indeed a paper leak. The Supreme Court says the focus now is to determine and ascertain the extent of the paper leak, saying that there's no doubt that the sanctity of the examination, the integrity of the examination has indeed been compromised. Aishwarya Jain, our colleague, continues to be with us from the Supreme Court. So Aishwarya, the next hearing on Thursday, take us through all the arguments that were made by the petitioners. The petitioners continue to demand retest. The Supreme Court saying it's our last option, though of course we have to determine the extent of the paper leak.
Well, certainly big observations from the Supreme Court today as far as the entire arguments are concerned. The petitions which were filed from the students who wanted retest, from the students who do not want these retests to be done, also from the NTA and the centre filing affidavits. But the Supreme Court of India making very clear that yes, the leak of question paper had taken place, and that has led to the compromise of the sanctity of the examinations, which is beyond the doubt. The Supreme Court also raising questions that how come there had been 67 students who got 100 out of 100 marks compared to the previous few years where only 1 or 2 or 3 students had got 100 out of 100 marks, the full marks in these NEET examinations, which is one of the toughest examinations in this country. Also, the Supreme Court making an observation that they are dealing with the career of 23 lakh students over here, and they do not want the re-examinations to be done. That would be again the last option. But what about the beneficiaries of these paper leak? They have to be ruthless in that way as far as the investigation is concerned. The Central Bureau of Investigation had to file the status report by Thursday. Nodal lawyers had to be appointed by the petitioners on one side who wanted retest, on the other who do not want the retest, and from the NTA and from the centre as well. It was also stated by the Supreme Court that they have to give the timeline and the dateline as to what had been fixed. The investigation from the investigation point of view, the Supreme Court clearly had asked the status report as to how many people had been arrested so far and how widespread this paper leak was, what had been come into the Telegram app, the question papers, and what was the timeline all about. So all of these had to be given in a written form to the Supreme Court in an affidavit before Thursday, when the hearing will resume. But let me take away from a few of the petitioners over here, their reactions as to what they think of Supreme Court's observation over here. The Supreme Court making it very clear today that, of course, the paper leak had happened, and that had led to compromised sanctity of the examination. Your first response as the petitioner, what was your demand?
Yeah, our major demand was the re-exam. We demanded re-exam of NEET because of 3 issues: the malpractices as well as the paper leak which has happened in Patna and Jharkhand. And the alternative, we demanded a SIT agency under judicial to be clear and concise. Issues should come out.
Are you satisfied with the observations being made by the Supreme Court today? On one side, of course, they have stated that the sanctity of the examination had been compromised. But the last option would be, according to them, will be the retest, because it takes a lot of financial burden. It takes a lot of logistical issues as well to conduct re-examination. 23 lakh students' career is on verge. So do you think that these observations and the answers that have been demanded by the centre, by the NTA, is something that you're satisfied with?
Yeah, obviously, court has given this verdict to NTA, and CBI. What was the inquiry happened till now to queue up the evidence, and we are clear. The CBI, which has inquiring, it's clear there was a clear incident of paper leak. Hopefully, this will go to the recancellation of exam, and the logistics is not clear. The Article 14 and 16 says the justice and first should be based on equality for all. So if paper leak has happened at one place, so other people also should get that justice. So hopefully we are hopeful that this re-exam should happen and justice will come on behalf of us.
Your response to the Supreme Court observation?
I think that the apex court is going on right, because you know that this Supreme Court takes time for a judgment, and we think that it is a good decision for taking time and observing all the situations, all the happenings.
So clearly, they are clearly happy as far as the Supreme Court hearing took place today. As they are saying that, of course, this is going in a right way. The answers had been sought by the Supreme Court from different agencies who are being involved in investigating, and also from the central government as well. Of course, one of the major observation and the statement that the CGI today had made, that government should not be in a denial mode, and when the paper leak has happened, it had come out in open, and certainly the government had to be responsive enough. The timeline has to be decided as to what should be the future course of action. Of course, a multi-disciplinary probe should also be initiated by the government of India.
Aishwarya, thanks very much for joining us with the update from Supreme Court and getting us those voices of petitioners as well. Tough observations by the Chief Justice of India, the next hearing on Thursday. But three important takeaways. One, the formation of a multidisciplinary probe panel. The CGI is saying that the sanctity of the NEET examination has been compromised. And thirdly, the CGI making it clear that the investigation has to focus on determining the extent of the paper leak and the identification of the beneficiaries of the fraud. Moving now to the other big headline. Well, in the Mumbai hit-and-run case, the two accused have now been produced before court. Now, remember, a 45-year-old woman was run over by a speeding BMW. In fact, it was a Shinde Sena leader's son who was behind the wheel. He was allegedly drunk as well. The police, suspecting a case of drunken driving. But the Shinde Sena leader, who was arrested by the police yesterday, has now been produced in court. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy is now joining us live on the phone line, in fact. So, Radhika, the main accused who was behind the wheel, the Shinde Sena leader's son, he is still absconding.
That's right. The main accused, Mihir, is still absconding. In fact, multiple teams have been formed to nab him. He was allegedly behind the steering wheel when the incident happened. In fact, the police also say that there had been multiple attempts made by his father to shield him, which is what has been said before the court. One of the reasons why he's behind bars, in fact, there were multiple calls made by Mihir to his father soon after the accident, and there were certain instructions given by his father to Mihir, which he is not revealing to the police. And of course, the driver has also been arrested. But the police also informing the court that, just like the Pune Porsche accident case, in this case also, the accused father had asked the driver to take the blame of himself. So therefore, he had a word with the driver. He wanted driver to own up to the accident. That is something that Mihir and his father had attempted to do, which is something that the police had informed the court. That's one of the reasons why his father is now behind bars, and of course the driver also behind bars. But the main Mihir, the 24-year-old man, who allegedly consumed alcohol and drove the BMW in high speed, hitting the scooter, killing one person, is still absconding.
That's right, Aishwarya. That's right, Radhika, I beg your pardon. Also, the latest coming in terms of the investigation, the police constantly questioning multiple people, given the fact that Mihir Shah, the son of the leader who was behind the wheel, he's still absconding. But Rajesh Shah, who has links with the Shinde faction of the Sena, the Shinde Sena, he has been produced before court. But Radhika, quickly take us through what had happened yesterday, because in it's absolutely unfortunate case that you have a speeding BMW sort of running over a 45-year-old woman. In fact, you spoke to the victim's husband as well, and he made that point that had the driver and the accused, had they stopped and sort of, not run away, then we could have saved the 45-year-old woman.
Certainly, we did speak to the husband of the deceased. Of course, he was inconsolable. He did not show faith in the justice system. He said that, he comes from a fisherman family and he doesn't have the wherewithal to fight this case. And the people who are involved are the rich and the powerful, and they may get away using their power and influence. This is what he had said. Of course, he did mention, about what exactly transpired, the way the accident happened, the fact that he did not, stop by to help them. Had Mihir or the driver stopped to help them, perhaps his wife would have been alive. So, of course, it was a very emotional fact that, yesterday he had with me. And, honestly, at this point, of course, the question remains as to when this arrest will take place, because it is Mihir. As far as witness statements are concerned, even this, the husband of the deceased who was riding the scooter also told us it was Mihir who was behind the steering. So it is this man who was behind the steering wheel, hitting the scooter, ramming into the scooter. In fact, the bonnet of the deceased woman, she was on the bonnet of the car for at least about a few kilometers. She was dragged on it, and post which, of course, she succumbed to her injury. So very, very tragic what's transpired. CCTV footage is being examined. A lot of people are being questioned, including his friends who were at the pub, at the Juhu pub at that time. Also, his female friend being questioned to understand whether she helped him in terms of giving him any sort of refuge, phone being tracked. But currently, no headway. Perhaps he may be arrested in a day or two, but certainly, police have formed multiple teams to nab the accused. It looks like, despite, recording statements of multiple witnesses and questioning several people, he is still at large.
Radhika, thanks very much for joining us with that update there. Also a grim reminder of the Pune Porsche case as well. Will these high-profile accused be allowed to go scot-free? That, of course, is a big question, given the fact that this brat, the son of the Shinde Sena leader, is still on the run. He was behind the wheel, and his speeding BMW killed a 45-year-old woman. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the top of the hour.
Strategic, bold move, par for the course, or a balancing act? How is the world going to look at Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Moscow to meet President Vladimir Putin? Remember, this is Mr. Modi's first visit to Russia after the Russia-Ukraine war broke out. What does India gain out of it? What are the consequences for the world? We'll keep getting you all that and more from Moscow. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई, इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स एआई to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m.
Hello, Moto.
Strong observations made by the Supreme Court in the NEET exams case hearing. The Supreme Court proposes a multidisciplinary panel to probe the NEET mess. The top court says to the government, don't be in denial and accept that there was a paper leak. The top court also calls for a status report from the CBI. In the Mumbai hit-and-run case, accused produced in court, the police say that there was a cover-up bid by the Shinde Sena leader. The cops alleged that the leader told the driver to switch seats with his son. Mumbai rain wreaks havoc as flights are grounded and traffic comes to a grinding halt amid high tide advisory issued for the people to stay away from the beaches. In the aftermath of the BSP leader Armstrong's murder, 3 police officers transferred, including Chennai's top cop. Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, meets the displaced tribals in Manipur. Rahul Gandhi is also set to visit the worst hit districts of Manipur. Mr. Gandhi will also meet the Manipur governor this evening. Prime Minister Modi leaves for a 2-day visit to Russia. This is Prime Minister's first Russia visit since the Ukraine war. Indian ambassadors exclusively on NDTV says that trade, atomic energy and defense is on the agenda of these talks. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. Our top story at this hour, the Supreme Court, it was hearing the petition seeking to cancel the NEET UG 2024 exams. over alleged malpractices and paper leak. This three-judge comprising Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, Justices J.B. Pardiwala and Manoj Mishra, they were hearing the petitions. The central government and the National Testing Agency, they had filed affidavits before the court opposing the demand to cancel these exams. They have told the court that the instances of alleged malpractices are isolated and do not warrant the scrapping of the entire exam. But the top court made some strong observations. The Chief Justice of India said that the sanctity of the NEET exam was compromised and that there is no doubt that there was a paper leak. The Chief Justice also mentioned that a retest is the last option. In fact, the Chief Justice of India cracked the whip on the government as well and said that do not be in denial. A multidisciplinary panel must probe the leak is what the Chief Justice of India has said. In fact, the CJI has questioned what has the government done to identify the beneficiaries. The Chief Justice of India, in fact, asked the NTA, the National Testing Agency, how wide was the paper leak. In fact, it also raised questions that 67 students got 100% marks. In fact, the Chief Justice of India said that it wants the expert group to analyze the data and that the CBI should also file a status report. And Aishwarya joins us to get us more details on this. Aishwarya, these are very strong observations by the Supreme Court. Give us a lowdown of what exactly happened in the court today.
Well, certainly very, very important observations being made as far as the Supreme Court is concerned regarding the entire NEET hearing. Of course, it was earlier stated by the Supreme Court that they will hear all the sides, all the parties involved in it. 38 petitions were filed today in the NEET row. Of course, few were to demand the re-NEET to be done. Few were not in favor of the re-examination. The NTA and the centre had filed their separate affidavits, and also those students who got grace marks also filed the affidavit in the court. The court agreed to hear all the petitions filed by them, but most importantly, during the arguments, the remark that the CGI had made is that one thing is very clear, that the paper leak has happened and the sanctity of the examinations were compromised, and therefore the reason the government of India should not be in a denial mode, and they should be responsive enough as to give a proper status in the court. Remember, the Supreme Court today had also asked the status report from the Central Bureau of Investigation as to what level the investigation has reached. The NTA had been asked few questions by the Supreme Court today. Of course, they had to answer before Thursday when the next hearing is scheduled. The Supreme Court asked the NTA that when was the paper leak happened, what was the process that paper leak had been broadcasted, from which channel the paper leak had come out in open and in public. And also, lastly, the NTA had to respond to the Supreme Court that what was the timeline from the date the examination was announced and on the date when the examination paper was leaked, and what led the NTA to prepone the examination, and who were these beneficiaries. Of course, several important observations being also made today by the Supreme Court of India, that a multidisciplinary probe should be constituted by the government of India that should investigate into the entire matter. Also, very importantly, the Supreme Court asked that who are these beneficiaries, and the government and the investigative agencies had to be ruthless. At what level this paper leak had gone through. The answers were also given by the counsels appearing on the part of the NTA, that the Central Bureau of Investigation is conducting the inquiry. They had arrested few of the students from Patna. The FIRs had been lodged by Delhi police, by Haryana police, by Gujarat police, and there had been several seizures that had also been made. An entire timeline had erupted as to what was the process. The questions were also asked by the Supreme Court that about the process of how the examination paper is being what is the process that examination paper reaches to the centers, what is the process that the examination papers reaches abroad where the examinations are being conducted, to which the answers were given that through printing press and through the embassies on the foreign centers. Very important questions also being asked by the by the CGI today about from the investigating officers that what till now is the update on the paper leak. Who are these officers which had been responsible for the investigation? Those should also be summoned for the next date. NTA had also been asked about the beneficiaries, what had been done till now to these beneficiaries. Specifically coming to the beneficiaries, remember there had been a few students which had been stating that because of them, what is the mistake of those students who had given their who have spent their sweat and energy, financial burden of their families, and because of those few beneficiaries, why should they be hampered of giving the re-examinations, to which the Supreme Court clearly had stated that retest is the last option behind them. 23 lakh students' lives and future is on the verge, and therefore the reason perhaps it is very difficult logically, logistically, I beg your pardon, and also financially to conduct re-examinations, and therefore the reason perhaps only if every option is closed, then only the re-examinations will be done. Important steps that had been taken by the government of India till now, that has also needs to be submitted before the Supreme Court. And lastly, about these beneficiaries, what is the mechanism? Where were these 1,540 students who reappeared for these examinations? How many of them came to the examination centers when there were opportunity that were given to them? 6 students who got 100 marks, why only 2 students came again to the examination centers who got 100 out of 100 marks? Where were these 4 students who disappeared, and where were these almost 50 students who disappeared and not given again the re-examination? Important questions also being asked by the Chief Justice of India, that what led this time 67 students getting 100 out of 100 marks, full marks in the NEET examination, which is one of the toughest examinations in this country. Never ever in the history of the country had this thing has happened. In last few years, we have seen just 2 to 3 to 4 students getting 100 out of 100 marks, but this time 67, which is unprecedented according to them. And therefore, the reason perhaps all of these answers need to be submitted. Of course, before Thursday, the Supreme Court has also stated to appoint nodal lawyers for the petitioners who are seeking re-examination, nodal lawyers for the petitioners who are not seeking the re-examination, for the NTA, for the center as well, and a comprehensive hearing is set to take place now on Thursday. Back to you.
All right, Aishwarya Jan, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In fact, another important factor that is the identification of the beneficiaries in this particular case. Can the government identify the fraud beneficiaries? There is a lot of pressure on the government as well, because if the beneficiaries, these fraud beneficiaries, they aren't identified, then there will be a retest, is what the Chief Justice of India has hinted at. In fact, my colleague Tanishka, who has been on the ground covering a lot of protests by the students, spoke to some of them. Let's listen to what they have to say.
इस प्रोटेस्ट में किस लिए आए हैं? ये प्रोटेस्ट किस लिए, प्रदर्शन आज किस लिए हो रहा है?
देखिए, आज का जो प्रोटेस्ट है, ये पूरी तरह से जो देश के बेरोजगार युवा हैं, इनको समर्पित है। आज पूरे देश में 40 से ज्यादा परीक्षाओं के पेपर लीक हो चुके हैं। राजस्थान और उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, झारखंड, मध्य प्रदेश, कोई ऐसा स्टेट नहीं बचा है जहां पेपर लीक न हो रहा हो। क्या इस देश की सरकार, जो पिछले 10 सालों से केवल ध्रुवीकरण के मुद्दे, सांप्रदायिक मुद्दों को लेकर के आगे बढ़ रही थी, देश के युवाओं के प्रति क्या इसकी जिम्मेदारी नहीं थी कि इसको लेकर के कड़ा कानून लाए? और आज कम से कम कांग्रेस सरकार ने अपने घोषणा पत्र में इस बात को लिखा कि पेपर लीक के विरुद्ध कड़ा कानून लाएंगे। और जो पेपर लीक होते हैं, तो क्या आप मनोदशा समझ सकते हैं? जो देश का युवा है, उसके साथ साथ उसके अभिभावक, पूरा परिवार प्रभावित होता है।
आज जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हियरिंग होने वाली है नीट केस, पेपर लीक केस को लेकर के, उसको लेकर के आपका क्या कहना है? क्या उम्मीदें हैं आपकी सुप्रीम कोर्ट से?
देखिए, हमारी तो अंतिम उम्मीद इस देश का न्यायालय है, और देश का उच्चतम न्यायालय इसको संज्ञान में ले रहा है। आप देखिए, जो एनटीए है, जो एनटीए एक
All right, moving to our other big story, the Mumbai hit-and-run case. In fact, in that particular case, two accused, they have been produced in the court. Remember, the main accused is in this hit-and-run case is the Shinde Sena leader's son. The police say that there was a cover-up bid by the Shinde Sena leader, and the cops also allege that the leader, he in fact told the driver of the car to switch seats with his son. The Chief Minister, in the meanwhile, has said that whoever the person may be, he will not be spared.
इसमें एक ही हमारा मकसद है, हिट एंड रन में किसी को भी बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। वो कितना भी इन्फ्लुएंस वाला हो, कोई भी हो, पॉलिटिकल हो, पैसे वाला हो, ये गरीब की जान होती है और इसलिए वो भी किसी की बेटी होती है, किसी की बहन होती है और इसलिए कोई भी हो उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
And my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joins us to get us more details on this story. Radhika, the cops are now alleging that the leader, he in fact told the driver to switch seats with his son. This basically seems like a repeat of the Pune Porsche crash case here.
Certainly, this seems to be a repeat of Pune Porsche case, influence, power being money being used by this influential political family. That's what is coming to fore. Now, as far as the case is concerned today, of course, both the accused, which include the father of the alleged driver of that car, the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde Sena leader, as well as the driver, were produced before the court. They were, of course, arrested yesterday. And in the court, certain revelations were made by the police. Police informed the court that there was an attempt of cover-up made by the father as well as the son. They tried to switch seats, the driver and the son. And also, the father wanted the driver to take blame for the accident. However, multiple eyewitness accounts have revealed that it was indeed the 24-year-old son of the Sena leader who was behind the steering wheel and the driver was sitting next to him. They had in fact gone to a pub where he allegedly consumed alcohol and then drove in high speed, hitting that bike, killing one person. So very unfortunate, tragic incident that took place yesterday. But given the political influence of this family, looks like there is an attempt, or there was an attempt of cover-up, which is why the father of the son, father of this man, this accused, has been arrested because he's not been cooperating with the investigation agency. And not just that, in fact, there were multiple calls, according to the police, that were made between the son and the father post the accident. The details of which the father is not ready to reveal. Perhaps the police suspect that he may have asked his son to hide in a particular place. Perhaps he may have given refuge to his son somewhere. So all that is a matter of investigation, but the father is not cooperating with investigation, or something that the police is saying, which is why they've sought his custody. Driver also privy to various details, which is why his custody is also important. But more importantly, the main accused in this case was behind the steering wheel. Mihir continues to be on the run. Multiple teams have been formed to nab him, but as of now, no trace of the main accused.
Right, Radhika, although there is a connection with the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena with this particular case, the leader of and the son of that particular leader, but the Chief Minister, he has come out and he has said that whoever this person is going to be, he is not going to be spared. So the government is taking a strong stance here in this particular case.
Yes, certainly. Eknath Shinde did give that media bite yesterday, in which he said that nobody will be spared. Strict action will be taken. It doesn't matter who the person is or what family he belongs to. There will be fairness as far as the entire case is concerned. So that's the promise, assurance given by Eknath Shinde. However, remains to be seen what happens next, because the fact remains that the main accused is still on the run. Yesterday, we did speak to Aditya Thackeray as well, who had also demanded strict action, who said that I would not like to give a political color to it, that he's aware that this guy is associated with Eknath Shinde faction. However, he doesn't want to get into the politics of it, but there has to be strict action, and this man should be nabbed earlier than later is something that many of the political leaders have said. But how long it will take, we're not entirely certain, because it looks like, there was, very, very careful planning that was done, because soon after the accident, This man went ahead and parked the car many kilometers away at Bandra East. He abandoned the car and then went to a friend's place, from where he once again escaped. His phone has been switched off since yesterday. So careful planning to escape is something that we can see. However, how long he will stay on the run, that remains to be seen. But at this point, 2 arrests made, including the main accused father as well as the driver, and they've been produced before the court, and most likely they will be sent to police custody.
All right. Staying with Mumbai, the Mumbai rain has brought most parts of the city to a grinding halt. In fact, heavy rains have hit Mumbai and its surrounding areas in the last 24 hours, leading to widespread waterlogging and disruption of suburban train services. Some of the areas in the city, they have recorded over 300 millimeter of rainfall within 6 hours. That is from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. on Monday. Now, the Indian Met Department has issued an orange alert for Mumbai, Thane, Palghar, as well as the Konkan belt. Vikhroli's Veer Savarkar Marg Municipality School and MCR Powai. It saw the highest rainfall in the last 24 hours, as over 315 millimeters of rainfall was recorded. In fact, over 50 flights they have been cancelled due to the downpour. Several airlines they took to the social media to warn the passengers and urge them to check flight status before leaving for the airport. In fact, the visuals from across the city, it showed people wading through waist-deep waters and cars lined bumper to bumper on Mumbai roads. All the government, private and municipal schools and colleges, they have been shut across the city. Right, the Met Department, like I said, has issued an orange alert for Mumbai, Thane and adjoining areas.
बारिश हुई है रात से, ये ज़्यादा हुई है, 65 mm से ज़्यादा होती है तो अतिवृष्टि जैसी परिस्थिति होती है. अभी तो 267 से 300 mm बारिश गिरी है. ये बारिश जो है ये कम समय में गिरी है, और जो पूरी तरह व्यवस्था जो है, कैरिंग कैपेसिटी है, उससे बहुत ज़्यादा, कई गुना ज़्यादा ये बारिश हुई है. और इसलिए रेलवे के ट्रैक पे भी पानी आया है. पंप, रेलवे ने 200 पंप लगाया है, 480 पंप कारपोरेशन के है, वो पूरी तेज़ी से काम कर रहे हैं और पानी फेंकने का काम शुरू है. और अभी आपने देखा कि ट्रेन भी ऐसा सब शुरुआत हुई है, और रोड में भी अभी हमने यहाँ पर देखा, सब 5000 स्पॉट इसमें दिखते हैं. सब रोड पे अभी ट्रैफिक शुरू हुई है.
And my colleagues Radhika Ramaswamy joins us from Marine Drive, and Anuj Rayate, he's in Worli. Radhika, let me come across to you first. What is the situation like at the moment, and year after year, it's we witness the same scenes on a yearly basis, and nobody seems to learn a lesson.
That's right. Year after year, it's the same scene in Mumbai, especially when monsoon strikes. Now, I'm in Marine Drive. Of course, this is where, the high tide was witnessed some time back. In fact, high tide witnessed across the coast. Of course, Marine Drive is one of the areas from where we can see the sea clearly. And as you can see, visible high tide here. High tide is visibly swelling here, and powerful waves, in fact, hitting the coast at this point. In fact, this is in the wake of continuous rainfall that we've been seeing since yesterday morning till from about 1 a.m. till 7 a.m. is when we saw 300 mm rainfall. Post which, of course, there was a break, and then it started raining once again. And when you look at Marine Drive as a whole, this is a place where thousands of people gather, but all of them have been asked to leave this place as a result of high tide situation and the furious waves that is sort of lashing the coast at this point. So as a result of which, people have been asked to stay away from the coast. People have been asked to stay away from roads as well. People have been asked to stay put in their homes. That's the precautionary measure, precautionary message being given by authorities here. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde did take a press conference saying that all the departments are on alert, including the BMC, the railways, the Army, the Coast Guard, all of them on alert. There are multiple, layer of security here, like cops all across Marine Drive. If I can ask my cameraman to pan across and show you the security deployment here to ensure that people do not come next to the coast. So that's what we are seeing in Marine Drive. This is, of course, South Bombay, where we don't see much waterlogging on a yearly basis. It's usually in the suburbs, especially in areas like Kurla, Sion, Parel, King Circle, Powai. These are the places where we see immense waterlogging. That was witnessed in the morning as well, but waterlogging has subsided in many areas as far as train connectivity is concerned. Even that per se is back and is restored now. There were delays, cancellations as far as central and harbour trains are concerned, but those services have been restored. As far as air traffic, airlines are concerned, multiple cancellations, at least about 50 flights cancelled to and fro Mumbai. But traffic congestion is something we've been seeing a lot since morning, especially on the suburbs. Here we are not seeing as much traffic. Things are under control as far as waterlogging and traffic is concerned. But people asked to not get out of their homes. That's the precautionary message being sent by the authorities. And of course, waves lashing across the the coast. That is something that we are witnessing not just in Marine Drive but also at Worli, where Anuj is standing, and many other areas including Bandra, where near the seaside people are being asked to not take any leisurely walk or stay put. So that's the situation in Mumbai. Things slightly under control, but if it starts raining heavily again, then perhaps it is going to cause a lot of inconvenience, especially since it's a working day today and several people in their offices, because they were struggling to get to their offices in the morning, and that is something that we will witness in the evening as well if the rains continue to lash the city.
Right. In fact, Anuj Raite is also there with us from Worli. Anuj, what is the situation like in the adjoining areas near Worli? Because we have seen pictures coming from Andheri, we have seen pictures from Dadar, Kurla, etc., where there has been massive waterlogging, the traffic has been disrupted. Firstly, what is the situation like at the moment? And secondly, it raises a lot of questions over the inefficiency of the authorities who are responsible.
Well, you see, the problem here today is the inconsistency between how the situation has unfolded. You look, the rainfall was extremely high, as stated before by Radhika, from 1 a.m. till 7 a.m. and that caused most of the problems here, as far as traffic is concerned, as far as, of course, the railways is concerned. But throughout the day, ever since the morning, there has been inconsistent rainfall, nothing that comes close to what happened last night, but the damage was already done. As a result, we could see that there were delays in all the different, in all the three lines of the railways, and there was also traffic congestions in different parts of the city. The most affected areas were the ones which are, of course, on the outskirts of the city, or sometimes even the town area of the city. But then you see the impact got a little stronger towards the central part of the city as we went across the day because of the consistent rainfall. And there were several sections of the road. There were several bypasses which stayed underwater for a long period of time. And although the tracks were clear of the water, the roads were clear of the water, but there were several bypasses and also several subways which still till now have the water which got accumulated there in the morning. At the moment, we are standing here in the Worli Chowk area, and as you can see, the traffic here is not as bad as it was some time ago. Of course, you see it's still dark here, and it is expected, of course, there's a bit of drizzle here as well, but it is expected that the situation as far as the traffic is concerned might get little worse in an hour or so, because the second peak, the second rush hour of the city will start as soon as people start coming home from their jobs. Of course, many asked for work from home because of the heavy rainfall in the morning and the entire civic infrastructure breakdown in the morning. As a result, several trains were shut down. But now there has been considerably less amount of rain throughout the day, and several areas have been made free of waterlogging, but there still remains a question on the frequency of the trains, especially as far as the harbour line and the central line is concerned.
All right, Anuj and Radhika, thank you very much for getting us all the latest from Mumbai. So Mumbai has seen a lot of rain in the last 24 hours, and the situation as far as the reporters who are there on the ground are concerned, they have mentioned that the situation at the moment is under control, but in case there is heavy rainfall again, the situation might take a U-turn. Well, time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
strategic, bold move, par for the course, or a balancing act? How is the world going to look at Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Moscow to meet President Vladimir Putin? Remember, this is Mr. Modi's first visit to Russia after the Russia-Ukraine war broke out. What does India gain out of it? What are the consequences for the world? We'll keep getting you all that and more from Moscow. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही unveil किया था and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से size में, well obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon, but then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches and eventually today you know how popular they are जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो after the mobile phone the second purchase that you do as a gadget is definitely a smartwatch these days. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know the address, it's tg@ndtv.com.
Welcome back. The leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, he met the displaced tribals in Manipur. Rahul Gandhi is also set to visit the worst hit districts of Manipur. Mr. Gandhi, he will also meet the Manipur governor this evening. In fact, Mr. Gandhi, he was in Moirang just a short while ago, and this is his first visit after Congress's big win in Manipur. In fact, it is an overall third visit for Mr. Rahul Gandhi to after violence hit Manipur. And Rahul Gandhi, as I mentioned, he's set to meet the Manipur governor this evening. He in fact visited the relief camp at Moirang in Manipur.
राहुल गांधी इसका राजनीतिकरण करते हैं. वहाँ मलहम लगाने की ज़रूरत है. चुनाव खत्म हो गया. दोनों समुदायों को नज़दीक लाने की ज़रूरत है. संसद ने क्या हंगामा किया? नई संसद में प्रधानमंत्री को जवाब नहीं देने दिया. उकसाया उन्होंने मणिपुर पर हमला करें. ये ठीक है क्या?
And Ratndeep Chaudhary joins us to get us more details on that story. Ratndeep, this is Rahul Gandhi's first visit as the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha. What is the significance as far as this particular visit is concerned?
That's right. This is the first visit of Rahul Gandhi to anywhere in Northeast after he became the leader of opposition in the parliament. And very significantly, this is his third visit to Manipur after last year's ethnic violence that had left over 200 people dead, more than 50,000 people displaced. In fact, we are now reporting from Moirang, where a short while back, Rahul Gandhi came here and met the victims of last year's ethnic violence who are here inside this relief camp. They could not go back to their homes. He had met them before when he first came after the ethnic violence, and this time he has come for the second time. Remember, Rahul Gandhi had also started his Bharat Joro Nyaya Yatra from Manipur, and Manipur had been part of the main poll plank on which the Congress and many of the opposition parties have fought the Lok Sabha elections. And even after the elections, inside the parliament, in his speech, Rahul Gandhi had attacked the government over what opposition alleges that it was a failure, that there is still no permanent peace in Manipur. In fact, the Prime Minister had also spoken over it in Rajya Sabha, saying that there are efforts by the state and centre to bring both the communities to talking table and find peace. In fact, last month, Indian Home Minister Amit Shah had chaired a key meeting in terms of security review, but often flare-ups do take place. In fact, Rahul Gandhi started his day from Ziribam, where the last flare-up had taken place last month. In Ziribam, there were tension, and after that, over 2,000 people got displaced. He then came to Churachandpur, where he met the violence victims from the Kuki Zomi community, and then in Moirang, where he met the people from the Meitei community. There are a lot of people who are here, who have come to here when Rahul Gandhi had come. आपसे बात करते हैं, ये जो राहुल गांधी का जो विजिट है इस बार आपके स्टेट में, ये तीसरा विजिट है, आप लोग इसको किस तरह से देखते हैं कि आप लोगों ने उनसे क्या बातें रखी हैं?
Can I speak in English?
Yeah, sure.
See, we are so glad that we are so grateful to him that he come here the third time, and this time we expect him from him a little bit. I mean, that he will pressurize the government for us, for IDP person, for internally displaced person, a lot more this time, I think, on the next parliament session.
So there you are, one of the displaced person, really making a key point that they want Rahul Gandhi to raise their issue once again in the parliament, and perhaps the timing is very crucial because his visit comes ahead of the crucial budget session of the parliament.
All right, Ratndeep Chaudhary, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. In fact, there is a breaking news coming in at this point. A fierce encounter is underway between terrorists and army after army vehicles came under attack in Bilawar area of Kathua district in Jammu and Kashmir. This area is bordering Pathankot in Punjab. The army has repulsed the attack, and reinforcement has been rushed to the area. So breaking news coming in at this point of time, and army vehicles have been attacked in Jammu and Kashmir. This attack occurred in an area that is bordering Pathankot in Punjab. A fierce encounter is underway at this point, and this army vehicles, they came under attack in Bilawar area of Kathua district in Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, my colleague Nazir Masoodi joins us to get us more details. Nazir, this is third such incident in the last 2 days. What are the details?
Well, clearly it is second attack on the army in last 2 days in Jammu and Kashmir. But this attack has taken place in an area which has always been free from any militancy. Over the initial reports suggest army vehicles have been attacked in an area called Bilawar in Kathua district, which is far away from even Kathua district headquarters, which is bordering Punjab's Pathankot district. So there has been heavy firing on vehicles. I spoke to a senior police officer, and he said, according to initial reports, one army jawan has been injured, according to a senior police officer. Army apparently has repulsed the attack, and a fierce gun battle is underway. Reinforcement has been rushed to the area, but there's no clarity or information or confirmation if any of the militant has been killed so far. But this is an area which is far-flung area, which is difficult terrain, which is also an area where there's not much dominance of the security force, given the fact it has never been infested by militancy. So it remains a huge challenge for the security forces, and it's also almost 3 hours drive from Kathua, even as the Special Operation Group of Police has rushed to the area from Kutwa, and other security forces have also rushed. So the reinforcement is going towards the area to track down the attackers. But so far, there's no clarity if any of the attacker has been killed. This is an attack which is a challenge for the security force, as we have been reporting for last few years, that how Jammu is increasingly high on terror radar, and there have been series of major attacks in Jammu area. And today's attack is the second attack on an army since yesterday. Yesterday morning, an army came under attack in Manjakot area of Rajouri, and one army soldier was injured in the attack, even as the army repulsed the attack, but no attacker could be tracked down and they managed to escape. In Jammu region, we have seen more often than not, attackers have managed to escape without suffering any casualty after targeting the security forces, particularly the army. In last 2 years, 39 soldiers have been killed in terror attacks in Jammu region, which is a huge challenge. In fact, after taking over as new army chief, General Dwivedi chose to visit Rajouri, Poonch and Rajouri Jammu region to review the security situation few days back. So it is a challenge. In fact, recently Home Minister also held a marathon security review meeting in Delhi to work out the plan, and Prime Minister himself asked security force to deploy entire security mechanism, counter terror mechanism to eliminate militancy, particularly from Jammu. But this attack is clearly a huge challenge and shows how far militancy has spread in Jammu region.
Right, Nazir, just for the benefit of our viewers, tell us if this area where the incident has happened, is it prone to such terror attacks?
As far as my memory goes, I have not seen any terror attack in Bilawar area in last 30 years, because I have been covering Jammu and Kashmir for all these, for last 3 decades. So this has been free from militancy, and this is really a huge surprise. Largely, we see Kutwa, the Jammu have not been militancy prone, but they have been, so long the infiltration goes on, so long the intentions from across the border is to push, foreign terrorists and create disturbances. This area can be disturbed anytime. There have been, stray incidents of terror in Jammu in the past. But over the last 2-3 years, we have been seeing theatre of militancy increasingly shifted to Jammu region because of its topography and because of proximity to the line of control. And if we see this area, this Bilawar area, it's not close to LOC also. Last month, there were 2 militants were killed in Kutwa when there was, firing. In fact, it was the people who, caught them, who ensured that they are killed. They informed the police. They created an alarm, and security force came in within 2 days. 2 militants were killed. But do we see this clearly? That time also there were reports that the group could be a large group. So which means if it was a large group that time, they have managed to reach all the way to Bilawar. And Bilawar, as I said earlier, it is almost 3-hour drive from Kutwa. So it is a vast area. And when this area is, infested by such type of militancy and those who appear to be, trained enough to target army, which shows a challenge is very huge. Even as the police have recently, killed several, militants, many terrorists have been killed. For example, in Kutwa, 3 terrorists were killed who are believed to be Pakistanis, even as their identity, according to police, was not ascertained immediately. Last week, yesterday in twin attack, encounter, 6 militants were killed in Kulgam in Kashmir Valley. And there have been, in several incidents, terror operations have been going on. Despite all that, we see such an attack on our army, rather 2 attacks on army within 2 days.
Right. Nazir Masoodi, thank you very much for getting us all the details in that story. So fierce encounter is underway and army vehicles have been attacked in Kutwa in Jammu and Kashmir. Time now for a very short break. More on the other side.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं, तो आइए बात करते हैं.
बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस आई, सारे जीते, बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
कैसे फील कर रहे हैं?
बहुत बढ़िया फील कर रहे हैं, बहुत मान महसूस हो रहा है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3 because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी use कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology. और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो models होंगे वो आपको
Welcome back. At a Thanksgiving party organized by Chikkabalur BJP MP DK Sudhakar, post his election win, alcohol was allegedly openly served to the people by party organizers. Now people formed long queues to allegedly collect alcohol bottles that was brought in trucks. What's raising more questions is that the alcohol was served in the presence of the police people. Let's listen in to some of the reactions that have come in.
ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅದು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿರೋರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥವರು ಸೇವನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರಾ ನನಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಆದರೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ದಳದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಆ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ತಪ್ಪಾಗ್ತದೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಈ 20 ವರ್ಷದ ರಾಜಕಾರಣದ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮದ್ಯ ಹಂಚಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲೂ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ 20 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ನನ್ನ ಈ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ನೀವು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕರಣಕ್ಕೂ ನನಗೂ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ ನನಗೂ ನೋವಾಗಿದೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇರಲಿ ಚುನಾವಣಾ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಇರಲಿ ಸಭೆಗಳಿರಲಿ ಮದ್ಯ ಕೊಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಅಕ್ಷಮ್ಯ ಅಪರಾಧ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಿನ್ನೆ ರಾತ್ರಿನೇ ಫೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ.
Mr. Naddaji, the national president, I don't want the local leaders to reply to it. I want the BJP president, national president to just reply to it. And it is the culture of the BJP.
Are you booking case, sir, because it is a violation of excise case?
That is the next point. Next point. First, let the party answer to it.
And my colleague Pratibha joins us to get us more details on this story. Pratibha, amid the whole political war of words, DK Shivkumar, he has raised questions over the working culture of the BJP. What are the details?
In fact, this entire event was organized by one of those belonging to the party workers, and they wanted to thank the people for having voted Mr. Sudhakar as the Chikbalapur MP in the recent Lok Sabha election. Now, this event was organized with liquor that was also served. The videos were really not that very pleasant, mainly because you see people clamoring for each of those alcohol bottles, and all of this happens in the presence of police. And
in defense, those who have organized the party have claimed that prior permission was sought. There is a letter that was given to the police as well as other officials talking about security that needs to be provided because alcohol will be served at the event. However, Mr. Sudhakar has condemned this, claiming that this was done without his knowledge and that serving alcohol either during election or any kind of event is something that is absolutely wrong as well as bizarre. Now, we also have this event that has set off a political flashpoint between the ruling government as well as the opposition here, because D.K. Shivkumar claiming that it's not the local BJP leaders but then the national president, Mr. J.P. Nadda, who needs to give an appropriate response to this event or this incident that has happened. And in the meantime, the BJP also claiming that this is something where action needs to be taken. If anyone is found guilty, then where is the government? Where are the systems that are put in place for this? All of these questions that are still doing the rounds as far as this particular case is concerned. But however, Sudhakar has come out in the open to condemn this entire event and stating that he has already spoken to those organizers over a call and talked about how wrong this is. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha Raman, thank you very much for getting us all the details. Moving on, senior BRS leader K. Keshav Rao, he joined the Congress on Wednesday and resigned as BRS MP last week. The resignation may help the Congress nominate someone from Telangana so it gets a cushion of 2 seats to claim leader of opposition status in the upper house. This is yet another high-profile exit from the BRS to the Congress in Telangana. In fact, my colleague Uma Sudhir spoke to Keshav Rao. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
I have with me Mr. Keshav Rao. Wow, your resignation as BRS MP. I'll ask you whether it's a strategic decision on the part of the Congress as well, because with this, they get an extra number in the Rajya Sabha so that they get some cushion in the Rajya Sabha. Because after the 2024 elections, with Mr. K.C. Venugopal and Deepinder Huda resigning, the number had come down to a perilous 26. And now it gives them an opportunity.
Quite possible they might get that strategic advantage out of it, but I didn't intend that at all, because I have been thinking when I wanted to go back to Congress. You know, I have spent more than 55 years in Congress, 10 years BRS because of Telangana, and I said the day I left, I wrote to Madam saying the Congress is the greatest party in the country. There is no alternative, Tina effect. But there is no substitute to my Telangana because I am committed to Telangana. So I had to now choose. I face the dilemma, but I have to choose between the people's struggle for Telangana or my own party and my own self. So I went to struggle. Now that Telangana is achieved, I think I must go back home. Last days, I think I should be in Congress. That was my strategy. Now, by that, if strategically they are gaining something, then I should not be blamed.
2 more years are left of your term, but you've already been offered an advisor post by the Telangana government. Have you already accepted it, or is the field open for somebody like, say, Mr. Abhishek Singhvi or someone else?
You see, look, Abhishek Singhvi doesn't come into the advisory post, is it not?
Yes.
Advisory post is for the state. Since the very fact they have appointed me immediately, I have some hunch. Something tells me that quite possible they would like to have another man. I don't, Abhishek, you have brought a new name. Quite possible they might do it. But I have not thought of it at all because I left it. I thought if there is a vacancy, they would give it to me because my performance has been very good as far as Rajya Sabha is concerned, particularly when I was in Congress. Mrs. Gandhi used to field me in everywhere. Whenever the opposition attack, onslaught, I was the person who was fielded. So I thought I would retain, but now that they thought of appointing me into some other post, which I have not yet taken a decision on, so quite possible they might think of it.
All right, time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Strategic, bold move, par for the course or a balancing act? How is the world going to look at Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Moscow to meet President Vladimir Putin? Remember, this is Mr. Modi's first visit to Russia after the Russia-Ukraine war broke out. What does India gain out of it? What are the consequences for the world? We'll keep getting you all that and more from Moscow. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Modi is en route to Moscow for his two-day visit to Russia. This is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to Russia since the Ukraine war began. The 22nd India-Russia bilateral summit, it will be held parallel to the NATO meeting in Washington. From defense, energy, oil, Indians stranded in Russia, trade imbalances to increased economic cooperation, the two countries have redefined what has been a historical friendship in the past 10 years, particularly with the Prime Minister having asserted that this is not an era of war. Will Russia's invasion of Ukraine cast its shadow on the bilateral summit? What are the larger geopolitical undertones of this meet? Can the two nations carve out a roadmap for the new world order? In fact, the Indian ambassador to Russia, Mr. Vinay Kumar, he spoke exclusively to NDTV and mentioned that trade, atomic energy and defense is on the agenda of these talks. Listen in.
If there's been one constant in the world of geopolitics, it is the relationship between India and Russia. Today, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Russia begins, Ambassador Vinay Kumar joins us for a quick chat. Thank you so much, Ambassador Vinay Kumar, for speaking to NDTV. So what would be on agenda, between these meetings of Narendra Modi and Vladimir Putin?
You know, the visit is situated in the tradition of annual summit that between two countries we have of Prime Minister and of India and President of Russian Federation. So during this visit, we will have the 22nd annual summit. On the agenda are, of course, comprehensive set of bilateral issues. As you know, we have multifaceted relationship. So all dimensions of that will be discussed in political, economic, trade and investment, of course, defense, atomic energy. All these issues will be discussed. And without prejudging what exactly the leaders will talk, I think that regional and global developments will also be on the agenda.
Right. So we are talking about multilateralism here. This is an important bilateral meeting because it's the first official bilateral meeting that the Prime Minister is having after his third term. How does Modi 3.0 look for India-Russia relations?
India-Russia relations have been growing, and our constant endeavor is to continue work towards further deepening and expanding of the ties, because we find this relationship of mutually beneficial nature. It meets the economic, security, defense needs of the two countries, and so I think the trend that we have had in India-Russia relations over the past decade will continue.
Okay. Thank you, Ambassador Vinay Kumar, for speaking to NDTV. So that is Ambassador Vinay Kumar speaking on the need for strengthening economic ties and how the meeting between President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is only going to strengthen the long-lasting, tried and tested ties between Russia and India. With camera person Pooja Arya, this is Vasudha Venugopal for NDTV from Moscow.
All right, that's all we have for you. Keep watching NDTV. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Stop being in denial. The top court's strong words on the NEET paper leak. The Supreme Court says the retest is our last option, but we must determine the extent of the paper leak. This is the Supreme Court asks the government to form a panel of multidisciplinary experts to probe the NEET mess. The CBI is supposed to submit the probe report before the next hearing on Thursday. Heavy rain brings Mumbai to its knees. Flight, rail operations have been thrown out of gear. This as the government asks Mumbaikars to stay indoors. A heavy rain alert in Mumbai amid the high tide. In the Mumbai hit-and-run case, a Shinde Sena leader has now been produced in court. He's one of the accused's father. The Sena leader's son, who was driving the speeding BMW, is still on the run. The police say there was a cover-up attempt by the Shinde Sena leader, saying that the leader asked the driver to take the blame instead of the son. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi meets violence victims in strife-torn Manipur. This is his third visit to Manipur, but the first as a leader of opposition. He visits the epicenter of the violence, Chura Chandpur. He's also set to meet the Manipur governor later today. Prime Minister Modi en route Moscow for a 2-day state visit. This is his first visit since the Ukraine war. A rousing welcome awaits the Prime Minister at the Moscow airport. Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Our top focus at this hour, a terror attack has been reported in Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa district. In fact, what we're being told is that more army troops have been rushed into the area. No casualties have been reported yet, is what army sources are indicating. Our senior colleague Nazir Masoodi is now joining us live. So Nazir, no casualties reported yet, but this has become a terror hotbed, a third attack in just the last couple of days.
Well, this is in fact a second attack on army in last 2 days. But this is much more serious than any other attack given the location, given the area where this attack has taken place, and also how far these terrorists have reached after infiltrating. This is an area called Bilawar in Katwa district. Katwa district is bordering Punjab's Pathankot district, so you can imagine how militancy is spreading its footprints across Jammu region, which was free from militancy, now becoming a hotbed of these militant theatre of major terror attacks. According to a senior police officer, one army Jawan has been injured in the attack when the army vehicles came under fire. Army has repulsed the attack, but so far there is no information or confirmation if any of the attacker has been killed. More often than not, in Jammu region, whenever there were attacks on the army, militants have managed to escape. Initially, they were taking advantage of the forest, dense forest and topography in Poonch and Rajouri. This all started from October 2022 in Poonch and Rajouri when attacks on army has started. Those who understand militancy and this complex situation, they know this is only these attacks in Jammu and spreading militancy to Jammu is aimed at increasing the cost of the state, of the engagement. So that is how things are on the ground, that because they want to spread militancy to Jammu, which has large area, which has proximity to the line of control. It also shows the intentions from across the border, how they want to create more disturbances in Jammu and Kashmir. So really challenges are there for the security forces. They have been dealing with the situation and operation is underway. Reinforcement has been rushed to the area and we are waiting for more details, but it is really clearly a huge challenge. Last month, there was 2 terrorists were killed in Katwa village when they appeared and were asking for the water from the villagers. But villagers informed the police and they were eventually killed in the build-up area. But this time it appears to be a planned attack in a place where they wanted to, create disturbances so that more troops are deployed in this area. So that has been the purpose of these attacks and spreading militancy to Jammu so that more troops are bogged down in counter-militancy operations. Remember one important thing, because these type of attacks and militancy in Jammu has large military connotations, geostrategic connotations, which is, for example, after Galwan incident in eastern Ladakh, Army could pull out one division of military from Poonch and Rajouri and deploy in eastern Ladakh to match the number of troops China has deployed along the line of actual control. But because of the spread of militancy and resurgence of militancy in this area, again one division of troops had to be again deployed in Poonch and Rajouri area. And this area, since it was free, Katwa, Bilawar, all these areas were completely free from militancy. So they want to increase the cost of the engagement for the government, for the security forces in this area. So it's a challenging situation. It's a dynamic situation where we see Pakistan pushing in more militants, even as several successful operations have been conducted by the security forces. For example, in South Kashmir yesterday, in twin encounters, 6 militants, all locals, have been killed. As army suffered also 2 casualties, including a special forces paratrooper was also killed in action during those 2 encounters. So the situation is ongoing situation. Details are very sketchy. Only thing what we know officially has been confirmed that one army soldier was injured in the attack. Army has repulsed the attack and a counter-terror operation is underway in Bilawar area of Katwa.
Right, Nazir, and also, I remember 1 month back, a paramilitary soldier was killed in the same area, in the Katwa area. And it is an extremely challenging area for security forces to carry out operations, given the fact that it's extremely, it's a challenging terrain. The topography is such that terrorists find it easier to perhaps hide here and difficult for security forces to carry out their operations.
Well, this area is, militancy is unheard of in this area. Number one, for example, for last 3 decades, I am first time hearing or reporting an incident like this from Bilawar area. It is an area which is almost 3 kilometers drive from Kutwa itself. Kutwa, as I said, is bordering Punjab's Pathankot district. It's on the border of Jammu and Kashmir. But given the fact last month there was an encounter in a village in Kutwa, after villagers raised an alarm and informed the security force about presence of 2 terrorists. So, because it was a build-up area, both the militants were killed, but CR1 CRPF Jawan was also killed in action, and there were some injuries to the security force as well. But it appears that that group may have been a much larger group, and they may have now traveled all the way or reached all the way to Bilawar, where they carried out this attack. So clearly, attack appears to be premeditated, pre-planned to carry out attack on the army. As I have been saying, there is purpose. Those who understand militancy and why they are trying to keep the pot boiling, why they want to, push in more militants. They want to increase the cost of engagement so that the troops on the border, there are less troops on the border. And it's also a challenge that how there's dramatic increase in the infiltration, and highly trained, motivated, and highly armed militants are being pushed into the Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in Jammu region.
Right, Nazir, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So as Nazir is reporting, militancy is unheard of as far as this particular area is concerned. No casualties have been reported yet. Moving now to the big breaking story right now. In fact, in the Mumbai hit-and-run case, the father of the accused, Rajesh Shah, who is a Shinde Sena leader, he has been sent to judicial custody. He is now in jail. He has been sent to judicial custody till the 13th of this month. So, of course, this is an important development there. In fact, the driver is in police custody, though the leader has been sent to jail directly to judicial custody. Radhika Ramaswamy is now joining us live with the latest. So, Radhika, the main accused in the sense that the person who was behind the wheel, Mihir Shah, he is still absconding, but his father has directly been sent to jail.
That's right. Mihir Shah is still absconding. In fact, multiple teams have been formed by the Mumbai police to trace him, but absolutely no trace of the main accused who was behind the steering wheel. In fact, who had allegedly rammed into the scooter, killing one person. Now, as far as the proceedings in the court is concerned, yes, the father has been sent to judicial custody, and the driver, who was also arrested along with the father, has been sent to police custody for a day. Of course, father, the police say, had not been cooperating with the investigations. In fact, there were multiple calls made between Mihir and his father who's also affiliated to a political party, multiple calls made, and there was an attempt of cover-up is something that the police is saying. In fact, the father had not been cooperating with the investigations, and the police also believe that father may have an idea of where his son could be, as post the accident there had been multiple conversation between the two. Now, at this point, CCTV evidence is being examined. Many people are being questioned, including the friends of Mihir, who was with him at the time or before the accident, in fact, in that particular pub in Juhu, and also his female friend with whom he had, in fact, spent time and also taken refuge soon after the accident. In fact, post the accident, he had abandoned his vehicle, called his friend, called his father, and then he escaped. Where he is, not entirely certain. His phone has been switched off. Many people being questioned, and police say that his father is somebody who could perhaps give them some.
All right, so this is the latest there with the driver being sent to police custody and the father of the main accused, the father of the boy who was behind the wheel. He has been sent to jail directly, has been sent to judicial custody till the 13th of July. Radhika continues to be with us. So Radhika, as you were mentioning, it's an absolutely horrific case. You spoke to the victim's husband as well, who said that we could have saved her life. But a grim reminder also of the Pune Porsche case, where there was a similar cover-up bid by a powerful man at the helm.
Absolutely, there is a cover-up bid similar to Pune Porsche case, because today the police, in fact, informing the court that the father and Mihir tried to convince the driver to take blame for this incident. Something that happened in Pune Porsche case as well, where the driver was asked to take the blame. He was in fact abducted by the family and so on in Pune, and something similar happening here as well. Of course, at this point, we'll have to wait and see when this arrest of this man will happen, because Mihir was allegedly under the influence of alcohol. He had allegedly consumed drinks, or something that the witnesses have informed the police. And then he was in the car. In fact, he took control of the car. He was speeding, after which, of course, it hit the duo who were traveling in that particular bike, killing a 45-year-old woman. So certainly tragic incident, and also the fact that this is a politically influential family. So yesterday when I spoke to the husband of the deceased, who was, of course, driving that scooter, did speak about what exactly transpired, how she was dragged on the bonnet of the car and, they did not stop the car, and how he doesn't believe that justice will be served, as these are people who belong to a politically influential family, and that although leaders have given assurance, be it Eknath Shinde, Aditya Thackeray and so on, leaders have come, visited the police station and given all sorts of assurance that justice will be done. He had in fact said that he doesn't believe that justice will be served, simply because the main man behind the wheel is still absconding. He's not been arrested. Of course, his father has been arrested for trying to destroy evidence, for trying to shield the accused, and at the same time, the driver also arrested. And now, of course, they've been sent to custody, one to judicial custody and another to police custody of 1 day. Investigation still underway, but we're waiting for the main accused to be arrested, and the police say that they are inching closer to an arrest.
All right, that's an important update there, Radhika. The police inching closer to arrest Mihir Shah, who was behind the wheel, whose speeding BMW killed a 45-year-old woman. But as Radhika is reporting, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has promised a fair probe, a fair investigation. He says that politics over the dead must not be encouraged at this point. Take a look.
इसमें एक ही हमारा मकसद है, हिट एंड रन में किसी को भी बख्शा नहीं जाएगा. वो कितना भी इन्फ्लुएंस वाला हो, कोई भी हो, पॉलिटिकल हो, पैसे वाला हो, ये गरीब की जान होती है, और इसलिए वो भी किसी की बेटी होती है, किसी की बहन होती है, और इसलिए कोई भी हो उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा.
And moving now to the other big headline we've been tracking very closely. Well, heavy rain bringing Mumbai to its knees. In fact, there is a heavy to very heavy rain alert for parts of Mumbai for the next 2 days as well. There you can see those visuals from Dadar, King's Circle, Andheri and Kurla. Key roads underwater. In fact, people wading through waist-deep water there. In fact, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde also addressed a press conference. He urged Mumbaikars to stay indoors. This says there's a high tide as well. There you can see those strong waves as well. For the next couple of hours, there is a high tide and a heavy rain alert as well. In fact, parts of Mumbai, there's an orange category alert that has been sounded. Earlier today, the PRO of the airport told NDTV that close to 50 flights to and from Mumbai have been cancelled. State rescue teams and police teams have been on the spot as well. In fact, let's cut across live to visuals coming in of the Prime Minister arriving in Moscow for that 2-day state visit. He is being welcomed there in Moscow. Of course, it's a crucial state visit. The Prime Minister will be hosted for a private dinner later today by President Putin as well. The Prime Minister arriving there in Moscow. We'll shortly see those visuals of the Prime Minister deplaning. It's a crucial visit. A lot is on agenda, from, of course, trade to oil to the issue of stranded Indians, which will be brought up by New Delhi as well in that crucial bilateral. That bilateral will be held tomorrow. Also, an interaction with the Indian diaspora. Today, the focus very much is on the Prime Minister's dinner, the private dinner that President Putin will be hosting for the Prime Minister. Now remember, this visit is important and significant in more ways than one. This is, of course, the Prime Minister's first visit to Russia since the Ukraine war. This is the 22nd India-Russia bilateral summit. Now remember, India and Russia have maintained close ties, particularly after Prime Minister Modi took over in 2014. He has visited Russia thrice, and this is a crucial visit given the fact that a lot has changed. It's a new geopolitical reality that we find ourselves in, and the Prime Minister will, of course, also be meeting with the members of the Indian community, the members of the Indian diaspora, and in fact the members of the Indian community at the Moscow airport as well, who are awaiting the Prime Minister's arrival there. And this is the Prime Minister's first bilateral visit after re-election. Of course, he went to Italy as well. There were many pull-asides, but this is the first bilateral visit that the Prime Minister is embarking on after his re-election. Now remember, a lot is on cards. In fact, the statement from the Ministry of External Affairs also says that the focus very much is on furthering bilateral ties, as far as the energy sector is concerned. Of course, India is among the largest buyers of Russia's crude oil, and that is going to be a point of discussion there as well. In fact, trade imbalances, they have really emerged as another focus area, given the fact that India does not buy as much, India does not send as much to Russia as much as it buys. So, of course, that is something that will be discussed by the two sides. The issue of stranded Indians, as I said, that is likely to be brought up by the Prime Minister as well. And as we see these visuals, extremely significant there, the Prime Minister's visit to Russia. Will the Ukraine-Russia war cast a shadow on the visit of the Prime Minister to Russia? In fact, we saw the Russian assault on Ukraine today as well, just hours ahead of the Prime Minister's visit to Russia. So, of course, all of that makes it even more significant, and as I said, a new geopolitical reality, a new diplomatic reality that the world finds itself in. Though, of course, the world may have forgotten the Russia-Ukraine war and seems to have lost interest in that, but it's still killing people, it's still destroying property. In fact, there you can see those visuals of the Prime Minister who's going to shortly come out of the plane, shortly going to deplane there. But it is a crucial visit, as I have been reiterating. In fact, the Ministry of External Affairs has said that this visit focuses very much on bilateral cooperation, not so much on the Russia-Ukraine war, given the fact that the Prime Minister has already reiterated this time and again that this is not an era of war. In fact, the Prime Minister said that during the Bali summit as well. So that is something that the Prime Minister and India has made clear on multiple occasions, including External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar as well. In fact, if you look at the timing of this particular visit, that's interesting as well. It runs parallel to the NATO meeting in Washington as well, so some sort of messaging to China as well. There are multiple sticking points, as well, given, speaking of the NATO meeting in Washington, given the fact that, Russia's growing closeness with China, its increasing proximity to Pakistan, all of those aspects have also been discussed by analysts and foreign policy experts as we look at this crucial visit of the Prime Minister to Russia, his first since the Ukraine war. And remember, the past 3 years rather, have been, India has walked the diplomatic tightrope in the sense that while, of course, India has condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine, saying that it's not an era of war, India continued to buy Russian oil, emphasizing its historical relationship with Russia. In fact, many observers have pointed out that India has been able to do that successfully. In fact, Vasudha Venugopal is now joining us live from Moscow. So, Vasudha, the Prime Minister has touched down and he's expected to come out of the plane, deplane shortly. A rousing welcome awaits the Prime Minister at the airport as well.
Vedant, it's an important day. Of course, it's in some ways not redefining but reiterating the solid ties that Russia has had with India for several years. In fact, we've had official relations with Russia for 75 years. The mood out there in front of the hotel where the Prime Minister is going to stay is quite enthusiastic. In fact, there are people from different parts of the country. These are some dancers, and let me speak to them. What's your name and what kind of dance?
My name is Varvara. I'm from Russia and I'm Indian dance dancer.
Okay, and what kind of dance are you? What kind of songs are you performing?
We can dance Bollywood or Kathak. Today we are going to dance Rangila and Doli Baje.
Thank you so much. So, Dhol Baje and Rangila is what they've performed. They're going to perform on. The Prime Minister, in fact, is going to arrive shortly. In fact, he has already landed, and he's going to stay in a hotel here. And there are several dancers here. There are many students who've come from different parts of Russia. And remember that there is a very strong diaspora community here, about 20,000 of them. And here's where are you from, ma'am?
I am in Gujarat and मोदी जी के गांव के हैं, वडनगर के हैं और हम मोदी हैं, तो इसलिए हमको बहुत प्राउड है वो मोदी जी हमारे इधर आ रहे हैं हमारे गांव में।
कितने साल से रह रही हैं?
हम लोग इधर 12 साल से, हमारे बच्चों को भी बहुत मिलने का बहुत मन कर रहा है, इसीलिए आज हम छोटे बच्चों के साथ इधर आए हैं मिलने के लिए।
So that's a lady from the Prime Minister's hometown of Vadnagar in Gujarat. Really very excited to meet the Prime Minister. Of course, he's going to have an official 600 community members meet tomorrow, which is also going to happen in one of the hotels there. It is not Vedant to the scale of what we saw in Texas or in Madison Square, but the Russian Indian community, the diaspora here is very strong, 20,000 of them, many of them students. The medicine community is very strong here. But of course, many questions, like you rightly pointed out, this visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Moscow is coming after almost 9 years, and it points to some very important questions as to what kind of political realignment will India look at, and also what kind of political messaging will India be looking at. In fact, this is this is how the community looks like, sir. Are you part of this, and are you waiting for the Prime Minister?
हिंदी में बोलना है।
हिंदी में आप वेट कर रहे हैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर?
हाँ, मेरा नाम है ललित प्रकाश शर्मा, यहाँ करीब 10 वर्षों से हूँ, एस्ट्रोलॉजर का काम कर रहा हूँ और मोदी जी आ रहे इसलिए आया हूँ, बहुत खुशी होती है हमें। 2 ही प्रधानमंत्री मैंने देखे इंडिया में, 73 साल की उम्र हो चुकी है। 2 प्रधानमंत्री, एक लाल बहादुर शास्त्री और दूसरे मोदी जी, जो देश का विकास कर रहे हैं और भारत और रशिया के संबंध है प्रगाढ़ करने में, मजबूत करने में ये हमारा शेर मोदी रहते।
Thank you, sir. So let me also show you some of the dances that are happening here. These are all Russian dancers, and variety of Bollywood songs being performed here. And remember that there is a lot of political realignment that has happened in the world. We saw the SEO meeting happening in Kazakhstan a few days ago. India has also been deepening its ties with the West, specifically US, and also there are growing ties between Russia and China. So clearly, many questions there that will be answered, and in some ways will be a lot of interest will be taken into those questions with Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving here shortly. There'll be a private dinner hosted for him by President Putin. He will also have a community meeting tomorrow. Trade and defense ties are top of agenda, but of course, most importantly, also the safety of Indians, those who have been misled into taking up jobs in Russian military, is also something that India is expected to raise.
Absolutely, Vasudha, and this has become a recurring feature of the Prime Minister's visits abroad, of the state visits of the Prime Minister, this kind of diaspora events, a lot of excitement, something that we have seen in the past as well. But as you said, a lot is on agenda, from trade ties to oil to, of course, the issue of stranded Indians.
Yes, Vedant, I think the most important question here is about how India will also emphasize its strategic autonomy, and that is something that a lot of lawmakers in Russia are also talking about, that Russia actually stands to gain a lot from Indian Prime Minister's visit at this point, because remember that Russia is also looking for international credibility. It is looking at restoring some of the status that it has lost with the Russia-Ukraine war. The shadow of the Russia-Ukraine war is looming large over this meeting of the Prime Minister with President Putin. Remember, remember that President Putin has gone to only 3 countries after he became the president of Russia again, and that is China and of course North Korea and Vietnam. And this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Moscow after 9 years. So clearly there have been annual meetings between Russia and India, but we have also diversified our defense procurement. We have also, in some ways, while increasing our imports, making it clear that getting cheaper Russian oil is in our interest. We've also sort of like really looked at other countries to deepen our ties, making it clear that India's interest now is its own strategic autonomy, and it has options. So clearly, there's a very strong political messaging that India is sending out. So that I think will play out in the meetings that will be held tomorrow. And of course, defense ties and trade will be very important, because while India's imports with Russia are growing on account of discounted crude oil, its exports have not been able to grow, and which is something that Foreign Secretary Vinay Kwatra said will be raised with Russians.
Right, Vasudha, as we stay on these visuals of the Prime Minister, emerging out of that plane, we're waiting for the Prime Minister to come out. But, the relationship between India and Russia, of course, has been a historical one, and it has changed significantly in the past 10 years as well, with the Prime Minister. He has visited Russia thrice, and that diplomatic tightrope over the Ukraine-Russia war as well. How do you see, a significant change as far as the Indo-Russia bilateral relationship is concerned, particularly in the last 10 years?
India's ties with Russia are very long, very old. In fact, there was one time when Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, did talk about the only constant in the world of geopolitics, and there he mentioned that it is the relationship between Soviet Union and Russia, and of course India. So Soviet Union was a country that really supported India in the past, specifically after independence, in setting up its PSUs, and also, we do share a lot of traditions and shared, values. But at the end of the day, India has also moved on. There is a different India that's looking at different allies. It's looking at investing in different allies, and also, it's looking at keeping its own interest over others. It has, in fact, talked a lot about dehyphenation. So it does believe that it is capable of strengthening its ties with an existing partner like Russia. At the same time, it's also capable of deepening its ties with countries like USA, and which also are sort of aligned with its democratic principles. So clearly, a greater diplomatic message that India has sent out in the last few years. But this is the first bilateral meeting of the Prime Minister ever since he was sworn in as the Prime Minister of India for the 3rd time. And this is also his second overseas trip after he travelled to Italy just few days after taking charge as the Prime Minister. But his first after the Ukraine-Russia war broke out. And remember, even during the course of the war, which is going on for over 2 years now, India has maintained, maintain the fact that there is no option, there's no alternative to dialogue, democracy, and in fact there is insistence on a lot of dialogue, which is why India has also not believed in condemning Russia, because Russia and India have shared very close ties.
On with us, this as the Prime Minister has now come out of the plane. There you can see the Prime Minister in a blue jacket there. Arriving in Moscow. As Vasudha is reporting, this is the Prime Minister's second overseas visit, but an extremely crucial one. The Prime Minister in the first time he is visiting Russia after the Ukraine war. So Vasudha, as we look at these visuals, extremely significant. The first visit of the Prime Minister since the Ukraine war, and a lot is at stake in the sense that it's a conflict-free relationship, as many point out, but the focus is on furthering ties, whether it's in areas of defense, trade, education, even culture, as you've been reporting.
Absolutely, Vedant. In the 60s, of course, we were not born then, but we've heard of the fans of Raj Kapoor and Nargis, and the kind of magic that Indian film festivals created, in Russia, and the kind of madness that Russians had for Indian actors. And today, I did find a generation of young people who are equally fascinated with Ranbir Kapoor and Shah Rukh Khan. Of course, times have changed, and there is more Hollywood in Russia now. Russia doesn't have only Indian films course, for entertainment, but clearly the cultural ties, the people-to-people ties remain. In fact, when I was traveling from the airport to my hotel in Moscow, the landscape, the kind of trains, the kind of buildings, there is a huge similarity that India shares with Russia. In fact, Russia was where India took its first lessons from when it got independent. So there is a lot that Russia shares with India, and also the kind of PSUs that we set up, or for that matter the kind of education that we put in, did have a lot of Soviet influence. But then that was in the past, and so Soviet Union did dissolve after integration. So there is clearly a lot of questions over Russia's actions now ever since the war broke out on its democratic principles. The institutions do exist, but is there democracy in Russia is a question that several other countries are sort of like asking, which is where India is playing this balancing act of deepening its ties with the West, at the same time not letting go of its solid existing ties with Russia, making it clear that every ally here is very important, and it really sort of like values it values the kind of relationship that Russia has with India, and that is something that the Prime Minister will reiterate with his visit to Moscow, and he is going to be arriving in a few minutes from now. And this is the kind of celebration here. Remember, a lot of it is controlled because this is also a country that is at war with Ukraine. So even the embassy members have been talking about how there is a sense of restrictions are not making events too large scale, but of course there is a sense of messaging there, diplomatic messaging, that India does value what Russia brings to the table, especially with its long, time-tested alliance, friendship with India, especially at a time when China-Russia ties are also growing.
Absolutely, Vasudha, and as we look at those visuals as well, the Prime Minister has come out of the plane. In fact, that special guard of honor for the Prime Minister as well at the airport, after which the Prime Minister will go to his hotel, and then a private dinner will be hosted by President Putin as well. Vasudha continues to be with us. So Vasudha, these visuals are extremely significant, and also in the larger context of the Prime Minister's diplomacy, which has been a key part of his electoral politics as well. This time around also we saw, this whole plank of Vishwaguru. All these are important aspects of the Prime Minister's diplomacy, and his, visit to Russia also becomes significant in that aspect. Perhaps also India looking to carve out a new world order with allies like Russia and of course the US, but both have championed multipolarity, whether it's Russia or India. Both countries have championed a multipolar world order.
Well, that's true. That I think is the similarity between Vladimir Putin and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There is a sense that, his geopolitical moves also have an impact on his domestic politics. We did talk about, the safe arrival of students from war torn Ukraine. When the war was going on, they came back to India, the kind of efforts that government put in, and also the fact that the Kuwait soldiers who were on death sentence, they were also released, Kuwait persons were also released. So clearly a lot of diplomatic moves that Modi has made has also played a part in his domestic politics. But here is a group of people who are also sort of like, part of the welcome party for the Prime Minister. Let me just speak to them. Sir, what's your name and why are you here?
My name is Pramod Kumar. I am President for Punjabi Sabha. तो हम अपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर का स्वागत करने के लिए यहाँ पहुँचे हैं. हमारे पंजाबियों में और भारतीय वासियों में बहुत ही मोदी जी को आने के ऊपर उत्साह है, और हम पंजाबी आपके चैनल के थ्रू जो ताकतें हमारे भारत को अलग अलग करना चाहती है, उनके लिए ये संदेश है. सिख और हिंदू का नौ और मास का रिश्ता है, इनको कोई भी अलग नहीं कर सकता.
वॉर के कारण आपकी लाइफ में कोई असर पड़ा है?
मैडम देखिए, वॉर का हमारे ऊपर कोई असर नहीं है. थोड़ा बहुत बिजनेस के ऊपर है, और बाकी हम निश्चिंत, हमें लगता ही नहीं है कि वॉर लगी हुई है.
है कि फॉरेक्स एक्सचेंज में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है, महंगाई बढ़ गई है.
हाँ, महंगाई बढ़ी है, वो तो इंडिया में भी महंगाई बढ़ी है, इतनी तो ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड में महंगाई बढ़ी है. पर ये बिजनेस में असर है वॉर का. पर ये अभी मोदी जी आ गए हैं, मोदी जी ही बात को ख़त्म कराएंगे.
So that's an important message there. Clearly, Vedant, the diplomatic undertones of this Modi-Putin meeting is going to be very critical. The world is watching because there's also, a NATO meeting that's happening in Washington, D.C., which is also going to bring together the NATO allies. There is a policy of non-alignment and neutrality that India has always maintained while not condemning Russia, but at the same time insisting on the importance of dialogue, when it comes to issues like war. In fact, it was Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi who spoke about this is not the time for war in 2022 on the sidelines of the SEO meeting, and this was in a conversation with Vladimir Putin. So clearly many political undertones, diplomatic undertones there, but clearly India has to walk the tightrope, has to play the balancing act with a lot of tact so that it is seen as a strong country that is willing to ensure that its options are available, but at the same time is not afraid of speaking what is best for itself.
Absolutely, Basudha. In fact, interestingly, Prime Minister Modi was actually received by the first Deputy Prime Minister of Russia, who is senior to the Deputy Prime Minister who actually received the Chinese President during his visit to Russia. So interesting optics there that you have the first Deputy Prime Minister, senior to the Deputy Prime Minister who received the Chinese President during his visit to Russia. In fact, in a rare gesture, the first Deputy Prime Minister is also set to accompany Prime Minister Modi to the hotel from the airport in the same car. So that's extremely interesting, because as we've been reporting, messages being sent out to the world is keenly watching this bilateral between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. Similar to gestures we've seen in other nations as well, whether it was in the US or whether the Prime Minister went to a smaller nation like Papua New Guinea. So, this bid to create a new world order is something that is very interesting. But Vasudha, as you briefly touched upon the larger geopolitical context in which the Prime Minister is meeting President Putin, you have two live conflicts, you have a new geopolitical reality, and of course it also comes in the backdrop of India having, India making the world acknowledge its historical relationship with Russia, given the fact that it continued to buy Russian oil through the conflict.
Absolutely, Vedant, and let me reiterate for our viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was received by the first Deputy Prime Minister of Russia, Mr. Denis Manturov, and he is senior to the Deputy Prime Minister who received the Chinese President during his visit to Russia. This is quite a rare gesture because this is the Deputy Prime Minister who will also be accompanying the Prime Minister to the hotel from the airport in the same car. In fact, they are on their way here, and it is quite interesting because just a few days ago there was the SEO meeting in Kazakhstan, in Astana, where Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping met, and there was an assertion that this is the best time for China and Russia to be friends, and this has been a concern for India. But remember that India has also believed in the philosophy of dehyphenation, so it does believe that it is capable of strengthening its already existing ties with Russia, at the same time also deepening its ties with the West and maintaining China at bay. And Russia has often used its veto powers even in the past to sort of be of advantage to India, to help out India as a friend, as an ally, be it matters of Kashmir and even in other issues. So clearly Russia is a time-tested partner. It has helped out India several times in the past. But remember, Russia is also in a lot of, that it is challenging for Russia to also maintain that pro-democratic image of itself, because there are questions being raised on the kind of war atrocities that have taken place. A number of people, hundreds and thousands of soldiers and civilians have died. This is a large-scale war between Ukraine and Russia, and this is something that the world wants an end to. And clearly, let's be hopeful that this meeting between Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also coming at a time when Russia is looking for international credibility, in some ways to reclaim the kind of honor that it has lost on the international stage. It has more enemies than friends now. It is in fact looking at new friends. It is in fact, the relationship with China is also described as experts as, an opportunistic friendship, because, both Xi Jinping and sort of Mr. Putin, President Putin need each other right now. But India and Russia have had, friendship relations for years without really they don't really share borders, so there is no question of a border dispute there. So clearly there is a lot in there for India to sort of showcase, and this meeting is clearly important. India is also making it clear that Russia has a lot to gain from it, even as it talks talks about its own interest by pushing for a rupee-ruble dispute, end-to-end dispute, and also for that matter making it clear that Indians are safe and those people who are fighting on the front lines are sort of like, they come back to India, and even the body of this one person who died, from Punjab is also brought back to India. That is something that the Indian embassy in Russia is working hard towards.
Absolutely, Vasudha, and as you've been reporting, the focus is very much on trade ties, on defense, on the rupee-ruble trade, which really has transformed the relationship between India and Russia, while of course there's many concerns like trade imbalances, etc. as well. But you spoke to the Indian ambassador to Russia. What all did he tell you, and what is the sense you are getting as far as the focus areas of the talks between the two countries are concerned? The ambassador, I spoke to Ambassador Vinay Kumar in the morning, and it was clear that trade and defense ties are very important, and they are top on agenda when it comes to President Putin, Narendra Modi's meeting, and in fact that is where there will be a lot of discussions. He also spoke about how Modi 3.0 is going to actually start a new chapter when it comes to Russia-India friendship. Let's listen in to what he said, what he told me today morning. If there's been one constant in the world of geopolitics, it is the relationship between India and Russia. Today, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Russia begins, Ambassador Vinay Kumar joins us for a quick chat. Thank you so much, Ambassador Vinay Kumar, for speaking to NDTV. So what would be on agenda, between these meetings of Narendra Modi and Vladimir Putin?
The visit is situated in the tradition of annual summit that between two countries we have of Prime Minister and of India and President of Russian Federation. So during this visit, we will have the 22nd annual summit. On the agenda are, of course, comprehensive set of bilateral issues. As you know, we have multifaceted relationship. So all dimensions of that will be discussed in political, economic, trade and investment, of course, defense, atomic energy. All these issues will be discussed. And without prejudging what exactly the leaders will talk, I think that regional and global developments will also be on the agenda.
Right. So we are talking about multilateralism here. This is an important bilateral meeting because it's the first official bilateral meeting that the Prime Minister is having after his third term. How does Modi 3.0 look for India-Russia relations?
India-Russia relations have been growing, and our constant endeavor is to continue work towards further deepening and expanding of the ties, because we find this relationship of mutually beneficial nature. It meets the economic, security, defense needs of the two countries, and so I think the trend that we have had in India-Russia relations over the past decade will continue.
Okay. Thank you, Ambassador Vinay Kumar, for speaking to NDTV. So that is Ambassador Vinay Kumar speaking on the need for strengthening economic ties and how the meeting between President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is only going to strengthen the long-lasting, tried and tested ties between Russia and India. With camera person Pooja Arya, this is Vasudha Venugopal for NDTV from Moscow.
All right, so the Prime Minister there has arrived in Moscow. In fact, Vasudha continues to be with us. So Vasudha, while of course the focus is very much on trade, correcting those trade imbalances, expanding India's relationship to areas like defense, education, but it's the people-to-people connect that also is extremely important. You were mentioning how Raj Kapoor and Nargis were household names in Russia and the erstwhile Soviet Union. But even now, how do Indians look at the Prime Minister's visit, in the sense that what is the expectation, because their lives have also been disrupted by the ongoing war?
That's right, Vedant. I did meet a few students today while I was at Kremlin, and remember that this is a there is an invasion of Ukraine that is happening. There's a war that's been taking place. It's a prolonged war because it's been going on for 2 years. So when I spoke to students, all medical students, they did talk about rising costs of living, but then they still maintain that Russia is very safe for them. They don't have as many problems, but of course there are problems with getting their money exchanged. Like we did face that, when it comes to fewer forex exchanges, this insistence on having ruble everywhere. This was not what Russia used to be like, but clearly that is something that countries at war have to face, and clearly citizens do bear the brunt for it. I did speak to some Indian citizens, Indian students, who are in their third year of medicine. Let's listen into what they said. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a very critical visit to Moscow in Russia to meet President Vladimir Putin. This is his first bilateral meeting since he assumed charge as the Prime Minister of India for the third time. But while politics goes on, there are also people-to-people ties here. In fact, I'm joined by two students from India who are studying medicine here, Rushti and Gayatri. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Tell us, how many years have you been in Russia, and what do you like about the city, and what do you study here?
It's been 3 years since I am here, and I am from Penza and I studied medicine there. And the best thing about Russia is we feel secure, and most of us, our parents, are worried due to some war and other reasons. But we, being Indians here, feel safe as every point there's security. Even in the smallest city like Penza, we are secured. Here also we are secured. And so
Gayatri, did you know that the Prime Minister was coming? In fact, you guys knew about it, right? So have you been following what's happening in India?
Yes, when we came here and we talked to our parents, and she also talked to her father on phone, then उन सब ने ऐसा बोलने लगा कि अरे यार तुम लोगों को पता है हमने मतलब वीडियो भेजा, देखो हमारे मोदी साहब वहीं पे है. तो पेरेंट्स सब बोलने लगे कि बोला कि मोदी साहब हम यहीं पे हैं, we heard to appreciate you and we all are very happy that you came here.
रशिया इंडिया के बीच में बहुत सारे टाइज बहुत पहले से थे, लेकिन अभी ये वॉर चल रहा है यूक्रेन में. आप ही की तरह बहुत सारे मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स को वापस आना पड़ा. बट हाउ इज हैज देयर बीन एनी इम्पैक्ट एट ऑल ऑन योर लाइव्स, ऑन योर एजुकेशन?
Economically there have been some impacts as our foreign exchange cards have not been working since long, so there are challenges about that. But keeping those things aside, we have no as such challenges. We are safe and we are secured, and there's everywhere security, so our routine university life is continued. So
has the cost of living gone up here?
Cost of living in Russia, see, Russia is not as a very stable economy as India is, so we have challenges throughout the year, and not only during war, but yes, there have been some ups and downs, and yes, financially the costs are difficult.
All right, so a lot of excitement for the Prime Minister's arrival there in Moscow. He is heading to his hotel. Later, of course, he will be attending that private dinner that will be hosted by President Putin. This remains our top focus on NDTV. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Do you know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था? It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard, जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था, and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉप वॉच, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. Well, that 28 buttons इतने से size में, well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches and eventually today you know how popular they are. जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो after the mobile phone, the second purchase that you do as a gadget is definitely a smartwatch these days. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. अर्शदीप हमारे साथ हैं, तो आइए बात करते हैं.
बहुत ਵਧੀਆ परफॉर्मेंस आई साਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
Welcome back. Breaking news coming in. Well, in the Mumbai hit and run case, as the main accused, Mihir Shah, who was behind the wheel, he is still absconding. But his father, who is of course also a leader, a neta in the Shinde Sena, he is now out on bail. This as the accused son continues to be absconding. Within 24 hours, the father has gotten bail. So many larger questions will now be asked as to why the father has received bail within 24 hours. And this, of course, is in the Mumbai hit and run case in which, remember, a 45-year-old woman was killed as a speeding BMW, killed that 45-year-old woman. In fact, we spoke to her husband also, and he said that had the the accused in this particular case, the man who was behind the wheel, had he stopped and had he not run away, we could have saved the life of the 45-year-old woman. Also a grim reminder of the Pune Porsche case in which the accused, though he was a minor of course in that case, he got bail within hours, and a similar situation here as well with the court giving bail to the father of the main accused, Rajesh Shah. He is a Shinde Sena leader. He was, of course, he is the father of Mihir Shah, who was behind the wheel. But absolutely unfortunate there that the court has granted bail. He was sent to judicial custody. I must point out here, he was sent to judicial custody initially till the 13th of July. So a 5-day judicial custody was initially ordered for the Shinde Sena leader, and now he has been granted bail. What exactly are the grounds of the bail? We do not know at this point, but a bail bond of 15,000 rupees, a 15,000 rupee bond is on which he has been granted bail. So extremely unfortunate there. This happened in Worli, remember, in Mumbai, where a speeding BMW killed this 45-year-old woman. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde had, of course, assured a fair investigation, a fair probe. But clearly, here there's some sort of, questions over abuse of power as well, given the fact that this political leader has been given bail within in fact less than 24 hours. He was arrested late night yesterday, and now he is out on bail. His son Mihir Shah is still absconding. The inputs that we're getting earlier was that Mihir Shah will be arrested soon, and that the police is inching closer to arrest Mihir Shah, but there's no update on that. And in fact, his father has now been granted bail. So extremely unfortunate there. A 45-year-old woman was killed. Her husband was critically injured as well in that absolutely unfortunate accident, hit and run case. And he told NDTV as well that had the accused stopped and not run away, we could have saved the life of the 45-year-old woman. And moving now to news from Karnataka, well, a political blame game over the alleged land scam. Now, the BJP is accusing the Congress, in fact, the Chief Minister no less, of a 4,000 crore rupee land scam. The Congress has responded to this. The Congress says there was no wrongdoing. Everything was as per this particular scheme. Take a look at all the political reactions that have come in.
ಮೂಡೋದವರು ಏಕಾಏಕಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದನ್ನೇ ಅನ್ಆಥರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಂಚ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮೂಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇವರು ಪತ್ರ ಬರೀತಾರೆ, ಅವರು ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಪರ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಅವರು ರೆಸಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೀಟಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಪರ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಿ, ವಿಜಯನಗರ ಕೊಡಿ, ಇಂಥ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಟ್ಟು 1,50,000 ಸ್ಕ್ವೇರ್ ಫೀಟ್ ಜಮೀನು, ಅದು 3 ಎಕರೆ 16. ಅವರು 38,000 ಸ್ಕ್ವೇರ್ ಫೀಟ್ಗೆ ಪರ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಇತ್ತ ಕಡೆನೇ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಜಮೀನು ಅದು ತಪ್ಪು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. ಮೂಢ ಮಾಡಿರೋ ತಪ್ಪೇನು, ಇಲ್ಲೀಗಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಂಚಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಕೇಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪುನಃ ಅಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಅವರು ಪರ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಮೂಢದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಇದು.
If any denotification has happened, if it has happened, you know very well, without the clearance of the Supreme Court, they can't even hand over or give any compensation to any of the landowners. Now whatever Muda has given alternative site allocation, when there was a clear letter even by the Deputy Commissioner or the government not to give any alternative sites after 2003, it is very clear whatever has happened in Muda is all illegal.
And moving now, Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, is in Manipur. In fact, he met the displaced tribals there as well. This is his first visit as a leader of opposition. Ratndeep Chaudhary is now joining us live from Churachandpur, of course, one of the worst affected areas. So Ratndeep, Rahul Gandhi expected to meet the governor later today?
That's right. In fact, we are reporting from Imphal, the capital, at this moment, and Rahul Gandhi is in the Raj Bhavan. He is meeting the governor, who has given him an appointment. He is discussing with the governor on the Manipur crisis, and on behalf of the Congress party, is also going to hand over a memorandum to the governor. Now, Rahul Gandhi, remember, today first visited Ziribam, which is on the borders with Assam, where he's met the victims of the violence which had taken place last month, and also on way back to Silchar airport in southern Assam, he met the flood victims of Assam. On arrival in Manipur, he rushed to Churachandpur, the Kuki-Zomi tribe-dominated district, where he met the displaced victims of last year's violence. And then on his way back to Imphal, on way in Bishnupur district, which is dominated by the Meitei community, he met the victims from the Meitei community who have been displaced, who have lost their homes. And everywhere that we spoke to people who have met Rahul Gandhi, they have said that they have raised a demand with Rahul Gandhi that he should raise the Manipur issue once again in Parliament in the ensuing budget session. So therefore, this is a key visit of Rahul Gandhi. This is the third visit of Rahul Gandhi to Manipur after last year's ethnic violence. Remember, in his Parliament speech, he has attacked the government on the Manipur issue. In fact, the opposition is trying to corner the Prime Minister on the fact that the Prime Minister is yet to visit Manipur, although the Prime Minister did mention about Manipur in his speech in Rajya Sabha, where he actually assured the House that both the centre and the state are trying to build peace in Manipur. However, Rahul Gandhi at this moment meeting the governor, raising the issue once again, and at ground zero trying to perhaps create a build-up on this issue.
Absolutely, Ratndeep. Thanks very much for joining us with that. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the top of the hour.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3 because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a very
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Prime Minister Modi reaches Moscow. Prime Minister's first Russia visit since Ukraine war, rousing welcome for Prime Minister at the Moscow airport. In Mumbai hit-and-run case, court grants bail to accused father, Sena leader, son driving BMW still on the run. Cops say Neta asked driver to take the blame. Supreme Court talks tough on the NEET paper leak case, says stop being in denial. Retest last option but determine extent of the leak. Supreme Court also asked the government to form a panel of experts to probe the mess. Heavy rains bring Mumbai to its knees. Flight, rail operations thrown out of gear. Government asked Mumbaikars to stay indoors. Rahul Gandhi meets violence victims in Manipur. His third visit since the violence broke out in 2023. Leader of opposition visits the epicenter of the violence. Rahul Gandhi meets also to meet, in fact, the Manipur governor today. In Mumbai hit-and-run case, the court has granted bail to accused Rajesh Shah. He got bail on a provisional cash bail bond of 15,000 rupees. Rajesh Shah, remember, is the father of absconding accused Mihir Shah. Mihir Shah is the accused who, in fact, is absconding since the hit-and-run case came to light in Worli. Remember, the main accused in this case is the son of Shinde Sena leader. The police say that there was an attempt to cover up by the Shinde Sena leader. Cops allege that the leader told the driver to switch seats with the son. The chief minister, in fact, meanwhile, has said, whosoever the person may be, the law will take its own course.
हम लोग गरीब है इसलिए ऐसा है क्या? सबके लिए सेम न्याय रखो तुम. गरीब और श्रीमंत के बीच में ऐसा न्याय मत रखो. हम लोग कैसे करेगा अभी बताओ. हमारा बच्चा ये ऐसा ही पड़ गया. अभी हमारा पूरा घर पूरा बिखर गया. वही हमारा मच्छी बेचता था, वही सब करता था.
इसमें एक ही हमारा मकसद है, हिट एंड रन में किसी को भी बख्शा नहीं जाएगा. वो कितना भी इन्फ्लुएंस वाला हो, कोई भी हो, पॉलिटिकल हो, पैसे वाला हो, ये गरीब की जान होती है और इसलिए वो भी किसी की बेटी होती है, किसी की बहन होती है और इसीलिए कोई भी हो उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा.
Let me go across at this moment to my colleague Paras Dama, who is joining us with more details on this story. Paras, the cops allege that there was an attempt to, in fact, cover up this entire case. Where is this accused? What are they saying about this man and the latest as far as the investigation is concerned?
So right now, the latest about this investigation is that the female friend of Mihir Shah has been interrogated by the Worli police from morning, and still the interrogation is on. With that, the mother and the sister of Mihir Shah is not available from last evening when this whole incident has happened. So police are trying to find the mother and the sister of Mihir Shah. Mihir Shah is also on the run from the time the incident took place at Worli by 5:30 a.m. in the morning. So after the incident happened, this Mihir Shah, the main accused in this Worli hit and run case, ran away from the spot with his BMW and dropped the car at Bandra. After Bandra, he was absconding and he ran away from Bandra. So now in this entire situation, the police produced Rajesh Shah and the driver of BMW car in Shivri Court today. 1 day judicial custody was given to Rajesh Shah and 13 days
for his summit there with the Russian president. In fact, he'll be there in Moscow for 2 days, 8th and 9th, and these are visuals of where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to meet Indian diaspora at this moment. It was a huge grand welcome that was accorded to Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Moscow airport. His first visit after the onset of the Ukraine war, and also, in fact, after the ceremonial welcome, the Prime Minister, after taking on over as a third term for the Prime Minister, he's gone to meet. This is going to be a full range of bilateral issues with the Prime Minister and between the Prime Minister and the Russian President. Let me bring in my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who is, in fact, in Moscow at this moment, reporting live on this visit for NDTV. Vasudha, grand ceremonial welcome there for the Prime Minister, and now all eyes would be on Prime Minister's interaction with the Indian diaspora.
Absolutely. Today is a critical day because there's also going to be a dinner that is going to be hosted by President Vladimir Putin for Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. In fact, this is his first bilateral visit after he assumed charge as the PM for the third time. But with me now is an admirer of India, Vanessa, who works as a marketing manager. Vanessa, you are here as part of welcoming the Prime Minister. Tell us, what do you think of India?
I work from long time in tourism market, and I'm working for India. I must say that with Indian company actually from past many years, and I can't express my love to India. Actually, I have strong connection with India. As well with my work, and as well as in my personal life. And we are happy here in Russia to welcome Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Always welcome. We are Russia-India brothers, always.
And have you traveled to India? And what is your favorite part, if you have?
I traveled all over India. I love traveling across India, but I love Mumbai. I fell in love with Mumbai. I've been in Delhi, Jaipur, Agra, Rishikesh, Kerala. Kerala is beautiful state. Goa, of course. I've been in Haridwar. I've been in Lucknow as well. All over India.
Thank you, Vanessa. So here is somebody who fell in love with India because she works in the tourism sector, and she has travelled to several parts of India, including Rishikesh, Kerala, and also Lucknow. But clearly today is important diplomatically, because while we speak about culture and people-to-people ties, there are larger geopolitical questions that are being raised. And today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, with his first bilateral visit in Moscow, is also sort of trying to play this balancing act of deepening ties with the West, and at the same time also solidifying already existing ties with Russia that has been a long-lasting partner for India. So there's been a lot of activity since morning here, but of course all eyes now are on the private dinner that will be hosted by President Putin for Narendra Modi. The Deputy Prime Minister is accompanying Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the hotel, so that is also a gesture. This Deputy Prime Minister is in fact higher in hierarchy when it comes to the Deputy Prime Minister who was sent to welcome Xi Jinping. So clearly there is a certain gesture that Russia is also trying to give out, while India is trying to play the balancing act very tactfully, also maintaining its relations with China and at the same time deepening its ties with the West.
Absolutely, and we can hear that Dol Tap, behind you, Vasudha. It just seems that you've landed right, though in Moscow, but the Prime Minister won't be missing much of the sound and, the field of India. There are so many people from Indian diaspora there to welcome the Prime Minister. These visuals are coming in from the hotel where the Prime Minister has just arrived, and a lot of people from the Indian origin there, in fact, welcoming the Prime Minister. But it is an important visit, and what is the significance? What are the areas to look out for, and the challenges, of course, going forward, India and Russia relations? Manju Seth, former diplomat, is joining us at this moment. Ma'am, thank you for speaking to us. Just to begin with, what do you think are the important areas, possibly the top 5 priorities that India and Russia would possibly have at this moment when during Prime Minister's visit? All eyes would be on the private dinner when the two leaders meet tonight.
Yes, it's a very important visit. Very rightly you've put it, that there will be important issues to be discussed, including all the challenges that both countries need to address and resolve, including in trade and in defense supplies, defense co-production, energy security, and the maritime corridor. And, also, I think the China factor would be discussed, the ongoing Ukraine war, and a messaging also to, or not messaging, but a kind of indication to each other that this friendship is time-tested. It is has been a very good relationship, a very good friendship for so many years. Both countries have stood by with each other, and they would like to communicate that this friendship is very deep-rooted, and they will continue to stand by each other in difficult times. I think that will be an important messaging that will be given during this visit. And already we have seen the welcome, the special welcome given to him, ceremonial welcome, and the fact that the senior deputy prime minister was with him, was with Mr. Modi, with Prime Minister Modi in the car on the way to the hotel from the airport. I think is another indication of the importance that Russia attaches, and both sides attach to this special relationship and for taking it forward and to strengthen it further.
Ma'am, if I may just bring out 2 important topics, and if you can shed more light on that, because this possibly is the first, in fact, this is the first visit of the Prime Minister since the, Russia-Ukraine war erupted in 2022. India so far has done a fine balancing act. The Prime Minister, remember, earlier met on the sidelines of the G7 summit. The president of Ukraine, now he is in Russia. What are you expecting on that front? India has been an advocate of peaceful solution between both these countries. What would you expect, the word or dialogue between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin? Because he has been, with Western countries, he has been on a very strict line when it comes to Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be an important subject that will be discussed. And if you see what has been said in the past, the recent summit in the peace summit, or the in Switzerland that was held on Ukraine, that really President Putin said, if Russia is not there, what's the point of a peace summit, a one-sided summit? So I think there might be some possibility of President Putin conveying his views to Prime Minister Modi, and also expecting that he will play a mediator. But I think India hesitates to play a mediator. But I think that is changing slowly. And maybe in back channel talks, we might be able to help, because both sides are wanting peace. Everybody is tired. There is fatigue with the ongoing war on all sides. And I think there will be some discussions on that, of how to find via media to end this war, to scale it down and find a solution. It's not going to be easy, because if President Putin, proposes something and the other side doesn't accept, it's a one-sided conversation. But there will be talks on this, definitely. It has affected the world economy. It has affected every single country in the world, especially the global south and India, of course. So PM Modi will definitely convey all this and discuss all this with President Putin. And I think President Putin will convey his views in the matter.
Ma'am, may I request you to stay on with me? Aarti Soni, senior journalist, is also joining us from Russia, former correspondent, Voice of Russia. She's joining us from Moscow. Thank you so much, Aarti, for speaking to us. Just give our viewers a sense of, first, the buzz in Moscow, in Russia, about this visit. I mean, for India, of course, it is being seen as a very, very important visit of the Prime Minister. After taking over as from his third term, the Prime Minister, in fact, for the first time visiting Russia. How is it being taken there in the political and general public circles?
I think that's a very important. First of all, its meeting is historical. They are, I think, discuss about first about the north-south corridor. This is important for India and also for Russia for business purpose. Second thing is about the BRICS, how they will use the currencies, they exchange the currencies of both the countries. And third is about the bilateral treaties. Maybe they will sign some treaties. And Ukraine and Russia war also. Maybe some solution Modi ji gave there, and maybe some suggestions also he will put there. And he the political side, they are very, very happy after visit, and this is a positive view for them.
Right, what we'll try and do, we'll try and reconnect with Aarti Soni. Before I let you go, Manju said, if I may ask you, ma'am, another important challenge as far as India and Russia relationship is Russia's relationship with China. Quite an important relationship, beginning with the growing dependence of Russia on China, and the new, in fact, many call it the new axis, which is evolving with Russia, China, North Korea also in that mix. For India, post the Galwan clash, this has been a very, very important, in fact, step, what role Russia plays in this entire relationship. What would you expect the Prime Minister, in fact, during his meeting with the Russian President on this aspect?
I'm sure he will raise this point because, it is a matter of concern for India that China is growing, very close, and it's the senior partner in this time around. Senior partner in the China-Russia partnership. And we would, of course, convey, our Prime Minister would definitely convey that this partnership, while, we cannot dictate to anyone what partnerships they should have, what kind of relationship they should have and with whom, but we can definitely convey our concern and our concern that this relationship should not impact impact India and India's interests. So I think that will be conveyed clearly, that no matter how their relationship evolves with China, they will keep our interests in mind and keep our friendship in mind. And I think that will be an important message that the Prime Minister would convey categorically. And also, though we have been talking of multipolarity and multipolar world, etc., we would like to, I think, convey that we don't want too much fragmentation around the world, and already because, we are already together in BRICS, all the three countries, so we can work on finding solutions and in a mutually sort of beneficial manner, and not have many more we don't want to have any more adversarial sort of relationships, and we would like Russia to keep that in mind and stand by us as we have stood by them. Given our strategic autonomy approach and our balancing approach that we have kept so far, and we have not directly, condemned or gone along with the sanctions imposed by the West, and we have stood by Russia in the UN and everywhere else.
Yes.
Other fora. So I think Russia appreciates that, and already we have seen some statements coming out from there that this relationship is important for them also, and they attach a great deal of importance to the visit.
it's a time and tested relationship, India and Russia, for many, many long decades. Government after government, Russia has been, a steadfast partner as far as India is concerned. Do you see any change, as far as the relationship is concerned? How do you see this evolving now?
Definitely, whichever government has been in power in India as well, we have seen how the relationship has only strengthened and grown over the years. And I expect that it will continue to grow even now. And given that India's own sort of economic growth and its own heft on the world stage is increasing, and everybody is and it's being recognized for its, should I say, balanced approach on various issues and its suggestions and how to balance and how to find via media on many sticky issues, and also that it is it is like in the G20 we saw it was able to be the voice of the global South, and it was well accepted, and we were able to get the African Union into the G20. So I think all these factors are going to be, will be a factor, will be a kind of contributing to this, to India's growing heft, and I think they will, and that is understood by Russia as well as other countries.
Absolutely. India has, for the last few years, has been doing a fine balancing act between its growing relationship with United States and Russia, which are absolutely polar parts as far as the world geopolitics is concerned. But at this moment, Manju, thank you so much for joining us, giving us your perspective on this. We'll keep a very keen eye on this story. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Moscow. Our colleagues are on the ground covering this story. We'll keep getting the updates. At this moment, we're slipping into a short break. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's digital news.
All right, it's raining again in Mumbai, in fact, the financial capital of the country. The maximum city is on its knees at this moment because of the heavy rains. And what we can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that at this moment, after a small, break, there is waterlogging and rains again in the maximum city. Heavy rains have hit Mumbai and its surrounding areas in the last 24 hours, leading to widespread waterlogging, disruption of suburban train systems as well. Some areas in the city have recorded 300 millimeters of rain within between 6 hours from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. on Monday. IMD has issued an orange alert, in fact, for Mumbai, Thane, Palghar and Konkan belt. Many districts in Maharashtra, in fact, reeling under severe rainfall. Vikhroli, Veer Savarkar Marg Municipal School, MCMCR Powai saw the highest rainfall in the last 24 hours. As much as 315 millimeters of rainfall was recorded. Over 50 flights have been cancelled due to the downpour. Several airlines have informed on X to warn their passengers and have urged them to check flight schedules before leaving for the airport. Visuals from across the city where people are wading through waist-deep waters and cars lined bumper to bumper on the roads of Mumbai. All government, private schools, colleges have been shut.
बारिश हुई है रात से, ये ज़्यादा हुई है, 65 mm से ज़्यादा होती है तो अतिवृष्टि जैसी परिस्थिति होती है। अभी तो 267 से 300 mm बारिश गिरी है। ये बारिश जो है ये कम समय में गिरी है और जो पूरी तरह व्यवस्था जो है कैरिंग कैपेसिटी है उससे बहुत ज़्यादा, कई गुना ज़्यादा ये बारिश हुई है और इसलिए रेलवे के ट्रैक पे भी पानी आया है। पंप, रेलवे ने 200 पंप लगाया है, 480 पंप कारपोरेशन के है, वो पूरी तेज़ी से काम कर रहे हैं और पानी फेंकने का काम शुरू है। और अभी आपने देखा कि ट्रेन भी ऐसा सब शुरुआत हुई है और रोड में भी अभी हमने यहाँ पर देखा सब 5000 स्पॉट इसमें दिखते हैं। सब रोड पे अभी ट्रैफिक शुरू हुई है।
So let's just go across to bring you a live update of what is happening in the maximum city at this moment. My colleague Abira joins us. We also have Anuj, but Abira, coming to you first at this moment. It's always romantic in Bollywood films, but in real life, it is extremely hard when it rains in Mumbai. At this moment, maximum city facing the maximum trouble because of this rainfall.
Yes, it's always the case. While there are pictures going around from high-rise towers on how beautiful it looks up from up there, the story is something else when you are in the ground on the reality. We are right now reporting from Parel, and this is the place where I'm standing. Water clogging is very common here, and this is the first place that you will see water logging happening. All these people who are behind me, they are leaving office right now. Water has already started filling in. This is exactly in 15 minutes. There was no water here 15 minutes back. It has started pouring in last 15 minutes, and you can see water has already started logging in. Let me get you somebody who can talk to us. Bhaiya, aiye. So these people who are vendors, okay. आप कहाँ रहते हैं बताइए?
यहाँ पे ही रहते हैं, पठान।
आइए इधर आइए, मेरे छात्र पे आइए। हाँ।
पठान मस्जिद पे।
हाँ।
पठान मस्जिद में।
हाँ। और क्या कल रात को क्या हुआ था?
कल वही 5-6 बजे तक पानी भर गया था पूरा।
और जब पानी भरता है आप लोग जहाँ रहते हैं सब कुछ भीग जाता होगा?
हाँ, रूम पे भी पानी आया था।
रूम में भी पानी आ जाता है। और अभी ये जो बारिश हो रहा है, अब भी बारिश शुरू हुआ ना?
हाँ।
तो ये वाला रास्ता तो हमेशा पानी भरा रहता है?
हाँ, भरते हैं लेकिन मोटर लगा है, खाली भी हो जाता है।
खाली हो जाता है, लेकिन अभी कितना देर में खाली होगा ये जो अभी पानी?
बारिश के ऊपर डिपेंड हो, ऐसा गिरते रहेगा तो खाली नहीं हो पाएगा, अगर बारिश रुकेगा तो खाली होएगा।
और आप लोगों को कितना मुश्किल होता है यहाँ पे?
हाँ, तकलीफ तो होता है पानी भरेगा तो।
ठीक है, आपका नाम?
राजू।
So you know these are street vendors who are standing here all day, and they have been talking to each other while I have been talking to them also, that in the morning they woke up and their beds were completely wet, they were underwater. See, if you can see the water is already started flowing in these roads in just 15 minutes. And I have faced it myself where I have come here and there was water till my waist. I'm not talking about today, but this happens every year. It's a every year story and it never ends.
Right. In fact, Abira, speaking to people there who are facing troubles, it's already, as you can see in these visuals, already raining again, and it's time for people to go back from offices to home. It is going to be a troublesome journey in Parel. Abira, may I request you to stay on with me? Anuj also with us at this moment. Anuj, in Parel, of course, we can see all these office commuters facing a lot of difficulties. The transportation systems are impacted. What's the situation where you are?
I am here at the Worli Sea Face, and just an hour back or an hour and 15 minutes back, things looked like they were coming back to normal. After a long day, when people were making their way back to the homes, it felt that it would be a little better. But that's when the situation became the worst, and the kind of rain that we are seeing right now, and here's what we're experiencing at Worli, is something that we haven't seen for the rest of the day. Of course, we had extremely heavy rainfalls last night from 1 a.m. till 7 a.m. But today, the entirety of the day was quite normal. It was quite peaceful. There were just a few passing showers here and there. But what you see behind me, or what you see here, is some serious rainfall. And it's not one of those passing showers which is going to go, or which just went off in 10 to 15 minutes. But this has been the situation for the last 1 hour and 1.5 hours. And this will pose a challenge, because if you look at what happened last night, the leader of opposition in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, that is Anna Sahib Danve, he said that last night's rain wasn't even that much for the entire system to become open in front of everyone, and that itself made sure that the railway schedule is changed, and then there are transport problems and there are traffic problems. Now, if you see what is happening around, the Met Department also issued a warning about this. If this continues for the next 12 hours, the situation is only going to be in front of the people. It's only going to be out there. It will be out there to be seen by people on what exactly the situation will be. Because of course, the Chief Minister in the afternoon assured the people that the rainfall is already much more than what the system is made for, but yet they're trying their level best. But what a 24-hour long heavy rainfall in Mumbai will do to the system will only be apparent by, at best, today midnight. And as you see now, it is 6:30 and people are making their way back to their houses. This area is still far different and a little away from the railway stations, but you can already see cars making their way through. There are already certain traffic congestions in certain smaller pockets of these big roads as well. So it will, with the day coming to an end, with visibility being an issue already, with trains posing a very interesting situation in front of the people and the management.
Anuj, while we heard the Chief Minister in fact speaking about that all we are on the ground, everybody is working. We see these visuals year after year, every monsoon from Mumbai, no matter which government is in power. What is the systemic problem that the governments are unable to solve that Mumbai has to suffer this? I mean, this is the highest tax-paying city in the country, and this is the kind of infrastructure that the city gets.
It is a multi-layered problem if you look at it. There has always been a systemic shortages of pumps to make sure that the roads are completely water-free. The railway, just 2 weeks ago, in their monsoon preparedness plan, assured people that they've got all the necessary equipment ready to make sure that the tracks aren't waterlogged this year around. But the first train of the season made sure that the trains were delayed by hours in the morning. And you look at different things. A major problem here is of open manholes. Today, the Chief Minister was asked the question about the open manholes and the capacity of them. But of course, he stated that there is a specific capacity beyond which it can't handle things. And there has been a lot of politics going about it as well. We saw leaders from the current government blaming it on the system which has been put in place by the Uddhav Thackeray government a couple of years ago. And of course, back and forth from them as well. This just makes it, just puts it in front of the people of the country an extremely embarrassing picture of the city. Of course, there have been attempts made by the authorities and the government, including the railways and the BMC, to try and help as many people as possible. But the fact that the first rain of the season, which is almost a month late, was still able to show the nakedness of the system at the moment.
Abira, before I let you go, if I may come to you at this moment, as somebody who lives in this city, I mean, it's year after year. Have people given up? I mean, what is it that people go through year after year? There are problems with their transportation system every time it rains. There is waterlogging everywhere. How are people dealing with this?
I have to tell you about Mumbai, that Mumbai never stops. They never give up. they are always out there fighting every year, year after year. Rains means they know waterlogging. So the rains have just started. You will never see them staying back home. They will be going to work because everybody doesn't have the advantage of work from home. You will see them getting into that local train and fighting it out year after year during the rains, and we have seen so many lives lost because of open drains, because of water clogging, little kids drowning. Every year we lose lives, but it never makes Mumbai stop. They do crib about it, and why not? But they're always out there fighting it and going to work and carrying on their everyday life. They don't even we spoke to the vendors here. Like, हाँ madam, रोज हमेशा होता है. They
Absolutely.
woke up in water, but they are back in work.
It's the lack of options, or as they call in Hindi, the majburi of the people being wrapped around and being presented year after year in Mumbai as the spirit of Mumbai. Things have to change. Systematic changes have to, in fact, take place on the way we plan our cities, because otherwise this problem is only going to get worse with the climate change. Thank you so much, Abira, Anuj, for joining us at this moment from the city of Mumbai. Mumbai, there is some breaking news coming in. Charge sheet in Salman Khan shooting case has been filed. The Mumbai crime branch has filed the charge sheet against gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who has been named in the charge sheet. This charge sheet has been filed in the Mukoka court. Remember, shots were fired outside Salman Khan's residence, and after that, this investigation was given to the Mumbai crime branch. Paras, my colleague, joins us with more details. Paras, what are the details that the Mumbai police has mentioned in the charge sheet?
So right now there is no much details about the charge sheet, what all thing has been filed in the charge sheet, but the important thing is that the Mumbai crime branch has filed charge sheet in the Salman Khan case, where two unknown bikers came and fired outside the Galaxy apartment of Salman Khan. So in this entire matter, a charge sheet has been filed by the Mumbai crime branch. I want to clarify one more thing, that this charge sheet is different than the charge sheet which has been filed in this same case, but it has been filed in a Panvel case. The Panvel police has filed this charge sheet in Panvel court, and now this charge sheet in the firing case has been filed by the Mumbai crime branch in the Mukoka court. It will be very important to see what all details has been in the charge sheet, and it will be very important to see. Now the main thing is that Amol Bishnoi and Lawrence Bishnoi is both the person in which the court and the crime branch has filed the charge sheet. Both against both the charge sheet has been filed.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Slipping into a short break at this moment.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है. बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन। और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स AI to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra.
Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi has met in the displaced tribals in Manipur. Remember, he is on his third visit to Manipur, first after becoming the leader of opposition and after the 2024 election results. Remember, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party, along with the entire opposition, has been raising the Manipur issue continuously against the government. Rahul Gandhi's, these visuals which are coming in at this moment is of his meeting with the governor of Manipur. Rahul Gandhi earlier visited the worst impacted areas where violence for the last 1 year in some way or the other has continued. Mr. Gandhi is now meeting the Manipur governor and giving her an update of what he in fact has learned from the various victims of the camps that he has gone to. Remember, 2 seats of Manipur in Lok Sabha, both have been won by the Congress party. Emphatic, in fact, speech there by one of the MPs of the Congress party from Manipur in the parliament earlier, where the government during the introductory session, which just concluded last week, was cornered by the opposition on the Manipur issue. So 2 visuals at this moment, that one of Rahul Gandhi and his delegation, including the 2 MPs of the Congress party who have won from Manipur, meeting the governor, and earlier Rahul Gandhi meeting the victims of this terrible violence in Manipur.
राहुल गांधी इसका राजनीतिकरण करते हैं, वहाँ मलहम लगाने की ज़रूरत है। चुनाव खत्म हो गया, दोनों समुदायों को नज़दीक लाने की ज़रूरत है। संसद में क्या हंगामा किया, नई संसद में प्रधानमंत्री को जवाब नहीं देने दिया, उकसाया उन्होंने मणिपुर पर हमला करें। ये ठीक है क्या?
The BJP attacking the Congress party over Rahul Gandhi's visit. But interestingly, Ravi Shankar Prasad himself saying that the elections in Manipur are over. If the elections are over, then of course, and then also saying that Rahul Gandhi is trying to politicize the entire matter. The opposition has been questioning the government over their policy on Manipur. The Chief Minister N. Biren Singh, who is at the helm of the affairs, under whom, in fact, this entire violence had started, he was at the helm of affairs at that point of time. The opposition has demanded his resignation as well. And a key demand of the opposition is of Prime Minister's visit to Manipur, which yet remains unfulfilled. Remember, the Prime Minister, responding to the opposition's charges in the Rajya Sabha, had said that there shouldn't be any politics as far as Manipur is concerned. Meanwhile, the government is, as per the Prime Minister, is taking all these steps necessary to try and ensure that peace returns to the state. These visuals, ladies and gentlemen, of Rahul Gandhi meeting the victims earlier, both in Churachandpur and one more camp that he had visited. This is the third visit, as I told you, of Rahul Gandhi to the violence-hit Manipur. He is now meeting the governor, and after that is expected to speak to the press as well. We'll get you what Mr. Rahul Gandhi says after his meeting with the governor, and of course his experiences of sharing of the demands that the people of Manipur, many thousands of them have been displaced due to the violence, and Rahul Gandhi has gone to meet the people who are living in these refugee camps at this moment, displaced in their own state due to the violence. So Rahul Gandhi continues to keep the pressure up on the government with his visit to Manipur, where not only did he go and meet the victims of the violence who are living in the refugee camps, but also has met the governor of Manipur, apprising her of the, in fact, interactions that he had with the people who are living in the displaced camps. It was on 3rd and 4th of May in 2023 when the violence started in Manipur, ethnic strife within two communities, which resulted in deaths of multiple people. And the situation in the state still remains tense. In fact, there have been sporadic incidents of violence, which we keep reporting and hearing from the state of Manipur. And 1 year on as well, a huge cache of arms and ammunitions were also, in fact, looted at that point of time in the initial days of violence. Many have not returned to the police and the security forces. Ratnadeep Chaudhary is reporting from Manipur. Ratnadeep, important visit of Rahul Gandhi at this moment. Politics aside, what is the reaction of the people he has met?
Well, we did speak to a few people on record after he visited first at Ziribam on the Assam Manipur border, where last month there were violence, after which over 2,000 people have fled towards Assam side, and there he met people, he heard them, and then he went to Churachandpur, the Kuki Zo dominated areas, the epicenter of the violence last year. There he met violence victim, and then onwards towards Imphal, on way towards Imphal he met again violence victim who have lost their homes and belongings and are in relief camp in Moirang in Bishnupur district. They are from Meitei community, and both sides have raised the issue of their repatriation, their so that they can move out of the relief camp and to their homes. Many of them have lost their homes, and they want their homes to be rebuilt. The state government have
request you to just stay on at this moment, because Rahul Gandhi in Manipur is speaking at this moment. Let's listen in.
And then to Churachandpur, again in Bishnupur district. After that, he made honorable leader of opposition, met honorable governor also. So really we welcome from the Manipur Pradesh Congress Committee and also from the entire people of Manipur. And this is the third time visit of Sri Rahul Gandhi, and it is the first time visit after being elected as a leader of opposition. So really we are so happy. So now it is a very tight schedule. So I am requesting Rahul Gandhi to have a press statement for a few minutes. So please take your time, Rahul Gandhi.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome all of you here. It's the third time I've come here since the problem started, and it has been a tremendous tragedy. Frankly, I was expecting some improvement in the situation, but I was quite disappointed to see that the situation is still nowhere near what it should be. I visited the camps and heard the people there, heard their pain. I came here to listen to them, to build confidence in them, and as somebody who's in the opposition, to try and apply pressure on the government so that it acts. Here, the need of the hour is peace. Violence is hurting everybody. Thousands of families have been harmed, property has been destroyed, family members have been killed. And I have never seen anywhere in India what is going on here. The state is completely split in two, and it is a tragedy for everybody involved. I want to tell all the people of Manipur, I come here as your brother. I come here as somebody who wants to help you, who wants to work with you to bring back peace in Manipur. And I am ready to do whatever I can. Congress party is ready to do whatever it can to bring back peace here. We had a conversation with the governor, and we expressed to the governor that we would like to help in whatever way we can. We also expressed our displeasure, and we said that we are not happy with the progress that has taken place here. I don't want to go further into politicizing this issue. It's not my intention.
Let's go back to my colleague Ratnadeep. Rahul Gandhi there. Ratnadeep expressing his displeasure, says that there hasn't been much improvement in the situation from the last time that he was here. Says he doesn't even want to politicize this. It is important that he stands with the people of Manipur as their brother.
That's right. In fact, a few people from both the Kuki community as well as Meitei community to whom Rahul Gandhi had spoken, we also spoke to them on record. We might have played their reaction as well, and they categorically have raised the issue of they being in relief camp for more than a year, that this violence had started, and there have been occasional flare-up, and they have requested Mr. Gandhi to raise this issue in Parliament, and this visit comes days before the budget session of the Parliament. So Rahul Gandhi clearly pointing out that he is disappointed that the situation has not improved, and he comes here as their brother. So therefore, in all likelihood, he would again raise this issue in the Parliament, as he has done in the last session of Parliament, where he and the other opposition leader had raised the Manipur issue. Remember, the opposition is trying to corner the government over the Manipur issue, more so the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister had not visited Manipur ever since last year's violence. However, he did make a statement in the Rajya Sabha that the centre and the state are trying to make out a way to peace and talking to both communities, but Rahul Gandhi really reaching out to the people. Remember, his party has won both the seats in Manipur.
Right, all right. In fact, Manipur, Rahul Gandhi in Manipur. Ratnadeep Chaudhary, my colleague, reporting from there. Rahul Gandhi was speaking to the press about the situation, and said that there is disappointment among the people about the way things have been going so far. Not much progress has been made. We are slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard, जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही unveil किया था, and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. Well, that 28 buttons इतने से size में, well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था, and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches, and eventually today you know how popular they are, जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो, after the mobile phone, the second purchase that you do as a gadget is definitely a smartwatch these days. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know.